Urban Soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Service Party leader Mwangi Kiunjuri says his party will not dissolve to join the United Democratic Alliance, but will fully support President William Ruto's re-election bid. Speaking in Kiambu County, Kiunjuri accused the DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua of intimidating political leaders and inciting his supporters against the government. Kiunjuri, who reaffirmed his support for President Ruto's broad-based government, said recent political developments will not change his party's position.
TSP is in broad-based government, and we have made that conscious decision. Any good cook must be ready to withstand the heat in the kitchen. I know there is a lot of heat in Mount Kenya region. A lot of heat, political heat in Mount Kenya region. I'm aware of that. I'm even aware of what happened in Okarao. He's bullying Muturi, JB. Yesterday, I heard him say that Didi Nyoro, People's Party of Kenya, is another wheelbarrow. And Didi has already pronounced himself that he's in the opposition.
Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua is calling on the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to clarify its preparedness for the 2027 general election. Gachagua says this will help address growing concerns over whether the polls will be held as scheduled. Speaking at his Wamunyoro residence, the former deputy president also accused the government of allegedly creating an environment that could destabilize the country ahead of the elections. He says Kenyans need clear assurance from the electoral body on its readiness to conduct the 2027 polls.
That an election for the president and all other leaders must be held every 5 years. The first Tuesday in August of the 5th year. And that is 10th August 2027. The general election shall take place. What Ethicon must tell us is the level of preparedness. And we're asking him now to sit with everybody, including the opposition, and take us through the process and explain to us the level of preparedness so that we can interrogate the preparedness and make suggestions.
The two-day Kenya Health Summit has ended with calls for a speedy resolution to the ongoing standoff over the welfare of health workers. The human resource crisis took center stage during a town hall hosted by President William Ruto, with striking health workers presenting their grievances to the head of state. The Council of Governors, however, pushed back against some of the demands as stakeholders called for a lasting solution to the dispute to safeguard gains made in the health sector.
To an end, health workers have not been paid salary for July. They have not been paid salary for August, will end next week. How do you expect these health workers to go to work? That return to work formula of 2017, Your Excellency, has never been implemented. It has been a cause for 4 strikes.
What were the conditions that made a CBA to be signed in 2017 that every government that has been able to come through has not been able to do a CBA like that? When you sign a CBA, when you're in a position that you're under duress, because that CBA was signed on an election year, that CBA held people at ransom.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? It is that time of the day when we get to have a conversation. Sit down, tunamkwana, tunajuliana hali, so we can know who is where doing what and if they're okay. And if they're not okay, please let us know so we can see what we can do. Meanwhile, do stand by because several conversations are going to be taking place today on the show from 6 a.m. all the way to 10 in the a.m. And of course, we want you to be a part of that convo. So why don't you sit back, relax, or do whatever it is that you do, but make sure that your speakers are definitely tuned into 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 FM in Garissa. What is significant about this day? Well, let's see. Who did what in history and what was the significance of that thing that they did? But if it's your birthday today, happy birthday. If it's your anniversary, happy anniversary. If it is a day that you're celebrating for whatever reason, maybe it's the day that you met your beloved or the day that you finally got that divorce paper signed. Happy anniversary to you. Kuna watu wengine by the way wanafurahianga kutoka kwa marriages and we understand and we do not hide from that particular fact and we do not judge either. We listen and we do what we just say. Come on. Jali maisha yako na maslahi yako.
Yes.
Ukawaambia uko sawa.
Yes.
Hata mimi nimefanya hivyo. Nimewaambia ni aje wase, here we are doing what we do. How's your morning though?
Cold.
Really cold?
Yeah.
Is it that?
It rained, and somehow that rain unleashed a certain wave of cold. Aye, man.
Yeah.
Hiyo kitu.
Kuna vile. All right. But don't
Watu
worry.
ambao wako na winter wanaishi vipi?
Watu ambao wako na winter. We're talking about those Scandinavian countries, but right now it's summer there, right?
Summer inaelekea kuisha.
Yeah. They'll start getting into that cold season late October thereabout.
Sasa wataingia autumn. Utakaa autumn kidogo. Winter.
I have a cousin in Germany. Man, she tells me kuna kwanga kunoma sana.
Let me tell you, I have never experienced those minus God knows degrees that people have, but I've experienced 1 and 2. Hey, you actually think that thing is slicing into your system.
Okay.
It's one of the most uncomfortable colds you've ever come across. Yes.
Like it's really bad.
Bro, that thing is, let me use a term, it is nasty.
Yeah.
And when it catches you unawares,
like kila kitu iishe ichomeke ikwe inaitwa nini ash kwa Kiswahili.
Mbuvi. No. Majivu.
Ndio hiyo, jivu.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really it's really sad. But anyway, Sensi, Kontugi and Holihan were among the 7 people who died after the helicopter went down while traveling from a wildlife conservancy in Loisaba towards Ewasonyiro. Yeah. So the US State Department spokesperson confirmed that 5 Americans were killed in that crash as well. The deaths of Sensi, Kontugi and Holihan have also drawn condolences from Ecuador's government, with the presidential office mourning the couple following the incident. What leads a plane? What leads a chopper to crash in that particular way? I
don't know much about choppers, but I have friends who have flown, and the bulk of the time it's pilot error. The bulk of the time it's pilot error.
Okay.
Then the others can be attributed to failure of the mechanical failure, or the mechanical failure. Again, I'm going to repeat for the 3rd time, mechanical failure. It can be blamed. But then usually before a transport vehicle of that nature is let to go on safari, usually checkups are done. That's why I am withholding my comment, because you never know. Yeah. There could be a sudden gust of wind. There could be very many things. Very, very many things that cause a problem. Now, one doesn't know. Okay, but for instance, in many of the issues that involved, say, for instance, helicopters that belong to the government, a lot of it was just simple lack of adequate maintenance. Yes.
But, a copter carrying high-profile guests such as that one, that is not random Munga'la, Mbuvi and City Muga. That is chief of intelligence of a country.
You see now.
By the time munabeba mtu kama huyo, munafaa kuwa number 1, know your customer.
They do know all that, Paul, but that's why it's called an accident, because we can't tell what went wrong. We can't tell. But the scatter patterns, as they call it, often tells you whether there was an explosion, whether the thing simply lost navigational ability, so it means there was a failure in the system, whatever it is. The scatter patterns tell you very many things. Yes, so let's wait for them to
do their thing.
Yeah, let's wait for them to do their thing.
The aircraft is a Eurocopter EC-130B4. You know Kobe Bryant, the late, the guy who was
he also died in the chopper.
Yeah, superstar basketball.
I remember him, yes.
That guy had a very expensive chopper. Those choppers that are the VIP ones, the ukiwa ndani, you don't even hear the kelele of the blades, because it's soundproof, and then the seats inside are VIPs. Yani ni zile viti noma tena sana. You feel like you're sitting on a couch in your own house. And when it went down, they explained, they recreated the scenario. The pilot flew in really bad weather. Like, it was foggy. Then he was flying into a mountain. And I was like, Bwana, with all the training, mimi hata kukinyesha. You know that sometimes it rains city mpaka unasema sitatoa gari yangu. I won't even drive.
What happens is this. You're talking about accidents. When Garang died, the helicopter he was in was a Russian-made helicopter.
Yes.
And it is said that that particular helicopter was one of the most superior helicopters you could come across. Among the features it had was its ability to identify foul weather many, many kilometers ahead. Typhoon and what have you.
Yes.
So you would ask the same question you're raising. If it could do that, then why did it not foretell that there was foul weather ahead? Why did it fly into that foul weather? Yes. So these questions arise when we had the accident, the Kenya Airways accident in West Africa.
Yes.
Many questions were asked about that particular accident. Again, foul weather.
Yeah.
They had been told you can't take off in this weather.
Oh, but then I watched again a recreation of that Douala plane that went down. That one was pilot error, like
101.
Ilikuanga 90% pilot error. But pia hii again, Anyway, accidents again.
That's the reason why you wait for them to tell you. Because once such accidents are rare. If the helicopters are maintained as per requirement and as per schedules, then you will find that you cannot impute any wrongdoing on that. But then we don't know what the weather was like.
Yeah.
We don't know what the visibility was like. There's so many things we do not know. So let us wait. These are stories that unfold.
Yeah.
And as they unfold, we'll get to know more and more about it.
Yeah, but it's really sad. Watu wanakwenda tu hivyo tu yani. Anyway, may they rest in peace.
There's a region around Marsabit that was notorious for such things, because it was known that at a certain hour the weather turns foul and the wind and its power can be catastrophic.
Yeah.
That thing killed a bishop. It killed a minister. It killed high-ranking military. It killed very many people.
Yeah.
Again, the argument was that at a certain hour it was known. For instance, it is known that in the afternoon it will rain in the Kericho area. If you fly to Kisumu at that particular hour, usually there's turbulence. Even if you're on a big plane, you will feel the turbulence.
Yeah, I've flown into Kisumu many times in the afternoon.
Yes, if you're in these Tweety birds, you'll think you're going to die.
That is why I would never. Tundege tunaingianga tutano. Forget. You kitu na chapanga na turbulence, it's akin to a small vehicle being hit by a trailer. Unaonanga kutu. Unajipata huko na mlikuwa mnenda hivi. Mpaka ndege yote, yani it just faces a different direction. So why would I want to do that? Yeah. I've taken enough flights to that area. Huko kwenu. But funny enough, sionangi shida mingi, but the turbulence, yes. Una experience ka turbulence lakini uko tu sawa.
You know, the route that is plied often enough, there are things that are known about it and is documented. The area that these people are flying in, I'm certain they are not the first people to fly into those places. But again, the findings will inform us.
Wacha tungoje.
It's a tragedy, and one is sad about it, but we will be informed in due course.
Karua, 2027 election must be a contest of ideas, not bullets. People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua has challenged political leaders and Kenyans to reject violence and intimidation. Violence and intimidation ahead of the 2027 general election, saying that the contest should be decided through ideas and the ballot rather than threats, armed groups, or political force. Now, speaking on behalf of the United Opposition, Karua said holding political office should not protect anyone from accountability for violence, warning those involved in organizing attacks that they would remain responsible for their actions. I hope, these conversations that we're having will actually amount to some kind of action, because saying and then nothing happens is nothing.
Paul, do these goons hire themselves?
Of course they don't.
Do they pay themselves?
No, they don't.
Yeah, so we have intelligence services, we have the investigative arm of the police, the DCI. So are we to understand that they do not know the people responsible for paying, arming, directing these young people? They do. So, on that particular note, if the government is blamed, then they're blamed correctly.
Yeah.
Because it is their mandate and their duty to put these things to a halt. Literally. Again, the politicians who are behind them, the individuals who are behind them, the paymasters who are behind them, these are people who, over time, should be called to explain what it is that they did and what they were. This is not an era where you need to juxtapose and guess. These things are documented.
Yeah.
Somebody opens the boot of a car and removes crude weapons. It's documented. Somebody standing next to a political leader and they have crude weapons. It is documented. Yes. What they hope to achieve, this is the thing that puzzles me.
Yeah.
This is the thing that really puzzles me. Forget the utterances. There are people who are known to be warmongers just by the very way they go about things. They are on a very friendly basis with violence and activities that teeter on mayhem. They like those things.
Yeah.
They are known, and yet they get elected. So I ask myself, when this person gets elected, do you think he's going to change?
Good question.
Because now he's got power. Literally. You've actually given him power. What do you think he's going to do with that power? You think he's suddenly going to have a Damascus moment and he will be a different person? He'll suddenly be peace-loving? They don't become peace-loving all of a sudden.
Yeah.
What they'll do is probably buy suits they couldn't afford before. Yes. And have delightful haircuts and little grooming and so forth. But the thing that requires grooming is the thing that you don't see.
Yeah.
Their mind and their spirit and how they go about things and how they believe politics should be practiced. Yes. But this testosterone context that we see now, what do you think Omabe was? That's what it was.
Walikuwa wanapimana nguvu.
Yes. It was a peeing contest.
Yeah, which is very unfortunate in this day and age. But like I said, I hope something happens to these folks. Tusisikie tu story na story ishie tu hapo. Duncan Ojwang approved as new IPOA chair by National Assembly. Duncan Ojwang Oburu. Which Duncan Ojwang is this? Was he a cop before?
No, he wasn't a cop. I think he has a doctorate in peace studies or something. He's been to the studio.
Okay.
Yes.
Duncan, yes, I remember him. Duncan Ojwang Oburu is set to take charge of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority after the National Assembly approved his nomination as the new chairperson, with the nominee having promised to protect the rights of Kenyans and maintain the body's independence in dealing with police misconduct. Ojwang will replace Justice Ahmed Issa Hassan, who relinquished the position after he was appointed to serve as the judge of the Court of Appeal of Kenya. The new IPOA chairperson had, during his appearance before the National Assembly, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on August 12th, outlined how he intended to run the authority if given the green light. Okay. Wacha waende huko wang'ang'ane. Sindio?
That, my friend, you have put it well.
Because
that man has just acquired for himself one of the most thankless jobs you could ever get in this country.
Would you also say it is one of the most difficult ones?
No.
Why? No. I would.
One of the most difficult jobs is being a policeman in this country. You're in the public eye.
Yeah.
You are watched, you are observed, you are blamed for everything, even things you have no clue about. They have a
things you have no connection to.
Believe me, they have a difficult job because these are the same people who are drivers for our political elite. They're the people who are bodyguards for our political elite. The things these people see and what they encounter. And they're the same people who are called at night when a body has been found rotting somewhere. They're the ones who have to deal with it. They're the same people who, when you're told there's a bank robbery, they're the ones who are called. Whether you ate the night before and you can barely walk is not the issue.
Yeah.
So, if you're asking me about a difficult job, they're the ones who have a difficult job.
But also, City, anyway, every job has got its own headache. Let me say that.
Bro.
Hata yetu iko na headache.
No, we are not exposed to danger the way those people are. We are not exposed to any danger.
No, but you see, City, what I'm trying to say is, every job has got its own kind of headache. Okay? For the police, yes, the danger is very real on a daily. That one nayo nakubaliana nayo kabisa. And I cannot compare them to us for sure. But I am saying that every job, hata mtu wa smoky city, anakuanga na headache yake. Okay? You can imagine you've boiled 3 crates because yesterday you sold 4 crates. Then today you boil 3, hoping that you'll get some money in between, add another crate. By the time you're done, you've sold 4 crates again, just like yesterday. Then by midday, you've only sold 1 crate. Na watu wataki kukuja hizi zako. Unaona watu wameanza kupotea tao. You have made about 40 smokies. You've only sold 3 by 4 p.m. That's a headache of its own.
It looks like your family is going to be eating smoking for some time.
And boiled eggs. But you get, then kidogo like this can just show up out of nowhere. They confiscate your trolley plus your eggs. And first of all, they eat those eggs and those smokies. So now your stock is gone, including your capital. So every job has got its own stress. Wewe ni mwalimu, umefunza watoto hesabu hapa hawashiki, hawaelewi.
Hiyo ni makosa yako. That one's your watoto.
Exams are in how many days?
That is your problem. Hiyo ni shida ya mwalimu.
Exam is in a month's time.
Na mtu asianze kutuambia ati najua watoto nini. That's why you are teaching them so that they understand. If they don't understand, it is your fault.
You're a driver wa matatu. Your boss hasn't updated the insurance of the vehicle, hasn't paid what unashikwa na polisi.
So you call the owner.
You call the owner ndio, but you see your day is wasted standing around there waiting for the owner to sort out these issues. Wewe pesa yako for the day imeenda tu hivyo pia. So every job has got its own stress, CT.
Paul, you are right that there are always hazards, but is that not the nature of life?
It is.
The reason why people move ahead in life is when they overcome obstacles. They overcome difficulties. It's the process of overcoming these things that, on the one hand, makes you grow stronger also. So, again, it is just the way of life on this planet Earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, tukubali yaishe.
I mean, likubali kitambo.
Yeah. Okay, sawa. Let me get into this thing we call the traffic update and see what is making magazeti yanasema namna gani in a short while. Lakini hapa hivi kwa traffic, acha nione kama mmekwama. Chances are mjakwama leo kama siku zingine. All right. Ala, hii ni gani tena? Watu wako na jokes. Tukiangalia hii barabara inaitwa Ngong Road, that is Kilimani area, is not looking bad at all. We also have Kibera huko Kosawa, same za Ngumo, Sunview Estate, Valley Road, all those areas right now looking good. Agungskodhek pia haina shida yoyote. Kikambala Road also looking fantastico. Cotton Avenue huko hata sidhani kuna gari zinapitanga hapo because that place is always traffic less. James Gishuru Road heading all the way to Wayakiwe, that one also is clear. It's new at this particular hour, but sometimes I use that road and I ask what on earth is happening. Ngong Road ukirudi nyuma all the way to Ngong Town, no problem. And then of course there's Langata Road, which is looking fantastico at this particular hour. If I check out that notorious road known as Thika Super, okay. Are we on leave? Are people on leave? Is it a public holiday? Muthaiga, unaona ile Muthaiga inakuanga na stress. Yenye tunaambianga watu kutoka Kiambu Road you can't move. Kutoka Utalii you can't move. Na hata hakuna a single red line on that particular line.
Let me ask you a question. Are schools in session?
No, they are not.
Is it the middle of the month?
Yes, it is. Today is where? Yeah. 20th is more or less the middle. Yeah. So watu wajatoa magari.
Unatoa gari ya nini? You see, the thing is this. When you are afraid of the jams that are caused by just the number of vehicles on the road, you may want to use your own vehicle because you can then control the time. But the moment that problem isn't there, you take public transport.
Very true.
Yes.
Because this is a moment that should be frozen in time. Absolutely clear traffic on Thika Super Highway. Let's see, Mombasa, hiyo hata bila kuangalia, I can tell you for a fact, huko hata hamujatoka mko nyumbani bado, muntengeneza kaimati kule. Tukiangalia kule Mama Ngina waterfront, zero traffic. Kongowea, zero traffic. Hata Kengeleni lights pale mahali kuna kwanga kumeshikamana, hamna chochote. Kule Nyali Bridge, kila kitu iko sawa. There's a place called Ras Makamaiwe. Interesting name for a location, but anyway, uko pia uko sawa. Tomboya road hiyo yote iko sawa. If you see something that I need to know about, well, you know where to find a brother. Right now though, acha tuingie kwa magazeti tuangalie what is making headlines. I'll start with, lakini City inakuanga gazeti yako. Mbona umenipatia leo?
Si mimi nikupatia. Wewe nipe tafadhali.
Na kuna ingine yangu uko nayo, nipatie.
That is very true. Acha nikupatie yako.
Yes.
Some habari kemkem.
Wewe ndio unasomanga hizo stories za mabesti wako hapo. Wewe. Haya. Standard newspaper front page, they're asking, for how long, Mr. President? ICC ghosts is what they're saying, in what appears to be frustration among Kenyans over the government's lack of will to tackle the goons menace and the descent into lawlessness perpetrated by political leaders supporting President Ruto against his opponents. The united opposition has now turned to the International Criminal Court demanding scrutiny of the escalating violence and possible accountability for those responsible. The opposition says the ultimate buck stops with the president, whose government has a duty to protect Kenyans and uphold the rule of law. It argues that he bears the greatest responsibility for the anarchy playing out as the country heads towards the 2027 general election. Kina Martha Karua ameenda akasema wakaanza kuambia ICC, just look at what is happening to Kenya, or rather in Kenya, and be on alert. That's the Standard. Front page of the Daily Nation says, toxic tongues. Several individuals here have been mentioned under that particular spot. That is Rigathi Gachagua, Paul Otuoma, Peter Kaluma, Aden Duale, Geoffrey Ruku, Hassan Omar, John Kagushia, John Waluke, Wanjiku Muhea, David Gikaria, Mpuri Aburi. Mpuri anakuanga wapi? Meru, Mpuri Aburi, Peter Salasi. Hata Peter Salasi ako hapa. What did he say?
I don't know.
Betty Minor. Did you see something that was allegedly posted by Betty Minor? I don't know how true it was,
who is Betty Minor?
Woman rep wa that county. What's the name of that county?
Not Kirinyaga.
Is it Nyeri?
Nyeri.
Betty Minor. Anyway, we'll confirm. But did you see that post where she was addressing Rigathi Gachagua?
No.
Bro, hao watu wamefika mahali sasa wameanza kuongea mambo ya bedroom.
Oh dear.
Yes. Wameanza kushika mabibi za wenyewe na mabwana za wenyewe.
Dear. Oh dear.
On both sides. Whoever anatukana na mwenye anatukanana. And then there is Ali Mahmoud. Hawa watu wanasemekana hivi. A year to the general election, politicians have resorted to seemingly dangerous rhetoric, prompting the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to open investigations into alleged hate speech, ethnic polarization, and incitement to violence. But apart from the inflammatory statements being probed by NCIC, some leaders are openly spewing foul language, with the troubling rise in political intolerance both in public spaces and on digital platforms. A recipe for what? For disaster. And they're saying this one is on page 4. All right. 6 tourists and the pilot killed in chopper crash. That is on page 2. Revealing ex-lovers' nude photos, now a very costly affair. That one is on page 7. A third of senior school students can't read and count. I saw this on the news yesterday, CT. I know we've been saying that literacy levels, basic education imeenda chini, lakini it is bad. And this is what they're saying. 3 in 10 junior school graduates joining senior school lack essential foundation literacy and numeracy skills, according to a new report. 96 in 100 children of junior school age, that is between the ages of 12 to 17 years, are enrolled in school. 3 in 10 junior schools have functional science laboratories. That is 3 in 10, 30%, right? And then 3 in 10 grade 7 learners cannot read with comprehension a grade 3 appropriate English story. Can you imagine that? Yeah? Grade 7 learners cannot read a grade 3 literature book. Can't. Nuko ndio kuna basic English, my friend. Aya. 1 in 5 grade 9 learners cannot read with comprehension a grade 3 appropriate English story. Grade 9. Hawaizi soma.
Why are you surprised?
Learners in public junior schools underperform their private school counterparts in both literacy and numeracy across the grades. Nilikuwa naona hiyo news ikisema pia students who are in grade 6 cannot do mathematics of grade 3. And here they are saying it is, they haven't given the percentage on this one. But yes, at least for English, we know it's about 30%. Can't. Yeah, mathematics is even worse, if I remember the news story well. Like, city unashindo, unapatwa hivi, you are in grade 6. Unapatwa mathematics ya grade 3. You don't understand nothing. Zilch, zero. Na hao ndio watu wataingia high school, sit for their KJSEA, MACAPSEA, and all those other essays that are forgotten. Let me call it KCSE for this purpose of this conversation. They will sit for their KCSE, and then we expect them waingie university. Wakue biotechnicians, wakue electricians, wakue engineers, wakue madaktari. If the foundation is like this, those guys will get into arts, which is not bad. But I'm just saying, where will the engineers come from? The folks who are supposed to engineer our future as Kenya. The folks who are supposed to bioengineer our future as Kenya, if they can't do this basic maths.
Well, the other 70% who showed proficiency are the ones who will do it.
Now ndio wataenda wasomee majuu. Because some of them, will definitely get scholarships to go to places like the UK, China, Japan,
Why
Korea.
do you think that number of 30% exists? What do you think is happening? Have they gotten granular and told you how they got the information, the data, where it was collected, the sample size, where it is? Because if the data they presented is good,
yes,
because this system had problems from the very beginning. This
CBC, CBE.
Yes, it had problems from the very beginning. Rushed, everything was hodgepodge, meaning to wake up to kiendelea, tufanye to kiendelea.
Yeah.
That preparation that one saw in 1978, that's the year I joined the university.
Yes.
Where there was an understanding that we need to train more teachers. So an entire faculty of education was moved from the University of Nairobi and taken to Kenyatta.
Yes.
Okay? That was a plan. We need to train more teachers.
Teachers, yeah.
Yes. We need to make sure that they are prepared. So they were training teachers. Now, we have this new system. Before they even announced, this is in the Uhuru era, that they were bringing about this new system. Did you know of any plan to equip the teachers before the transition? Because I would assume that if you're going to transition, there's preparation. There was preparation for classrooms. They were even talked of. Desks, chairs, there were discussions about it. Teachers, there were mentions that teachers were being trained. But it wasn't something that you could say, these are the number of teachers we are hoping to train now. And by the time this system kicks in, we'll have trained these number. To begin with, we didn't even have enough teachers to deploy to these. There are classes that children were moving into, they did not have teachers. This problem, what is being discussed, was envisioned. It was not something, this is not something that has occurred to us and we're saying, it has suddenly arrived. No. It was foreseen. The unpreparedness for this system was going to bring about this situation you're talking about. How do you have a situation where for almost a whole year, children are not being taught? What do you think is going to happen? And then you move them to the next level. The issue of even where to domicile.
Secondary.
It has been a holy mess. And the courage to just take a step and say, guys, we didn't get this thing as right as we should. Why don't we give this thing a break as we make it better and do A, B, C, D? Why don't we do that? Okay? Or why don't we halt this progression of the students at this particular point in time and make sure that they've actually understood what they need to understand by this age? They are young. They need to. That foundation, if it is not built properly, there's disaster ahead. And that's what you're alluding to. So why should we wait for the disaster to occur? Then we look back and say, we should have. We can. We still can now. We can. But we're not thinking along those lines. There may be discussions about these things by people who are supposed to be the experts in the field. And they may even make suggestions that are better than the ones I'm alluding to now. But if we don't hear of them, then we don't know whether they exist or not.
A couple of years ago, maybe about 3, a cousin of mine alikuwa anapeleka mtoto to a public school. And when they start with my daughter, they were in the same grade. My friend, mtoto wa kuzo alikuanga out kabisa, like hakuwa anashikanisha vitu.
Na anaenda skuli.
Anaenda skuli, same grade. So it was during the holidays. So, they were just going through some of their books and I was like, what on earth is this? Na najua mtoto si mjinga. Mjinga, in quotes.
Oh no, what you're saying I understand. She's not incapacitated.
No, I told my cousin, imagine you'll have to take this child to a private school. Because this it makes this child look like they have a learning disability, yet they don't.
They don't.
There's no way these people are in the same grade, literally. And that huyu wangu ati ndiye anajua mingi no, it's not possible. So I advised my cousin, kaambia, take this child to a private school. And she did.
And the child improved.
Unasema nini? Top of the class as we speak.
Wajua, the moment you have 60, 80 children in the class, like utafundisha namna gani? Remember those classrooms were determined by the size of the classroom will determine the number of students who are supposed to be there. 40. Sisi, wacha iwe 242. Before you know it, wacha iwe 243.
Yeah.
Wacha tu iwe 250. Na ukitaka, come with your own desk and chair.
I'm laughing at this very, very bad situation.
Yeah, but that's what happens. You know the number of students who are going to go to school is going to increase. You know this is not a projection that is magical. Kibaki brought about free education. Hallelujah. However, did we build requisite classrooms?
We did
not.
The planning there, unfortunately...
We just jam-packed the classes. Literally jam-packed the classes.
You know, in when I was graduating from high school in 2004, tulikuanga around, I think we were like 200 and something. I don't think ilikuwa imefika to 50. So about 200.
But that tells you the number of students you had in each class.
Exactly. So we had 6 streams, each class had around 40.
Yes.
Yeah. So juzi exam ya last year venye ilitokezea sasa KCSE. You know me, I was shocked to see some of these schools, national schools that, you know, we went to, akina Nairobi school, akina Alliance. People are graduating up to 800 plus students, 900. I think for Nairobi school I saw.
So how many streams do they have?
I don't know. But I'm assuming they have, that is what, 4 times. They have, I hope they have quadrupled those classes and those streams. Because there's no way you are teaching 900 students for KCSE.
Not at a go. That's why I ask how many streams. Because
yes.
The streams indicate the division, and you can tell how many students there are in a class. Then the teachability of that number also now starts coming into question. How do you teach that number?
So let me take 900 as the average. So you have 900 in Form 4, then 900 in Form 3, 900 in Form 2, then 900 in Form 1. You are teaching roughly 3,000 students, 3,600 students at a given time. Do you have the facilities, the labs? Because Form 1, mpaka Form 4, wote mnenanga lab. And the labs are the same. Akunanga labs za seniors na za juniors.
Lab ni lab.
Lab ni lab. Me, I remember during our lab sessions, we had ample space. One would be seated here, another one ameketi pale kwa...
Kila mtu na bansan bana yake. Sasa, wewe unafikiria how does that work?
I'm actually tempted to go back and just see how learning takes place there, because what on earth did I witness?
The streams that are in these schools are horrific. You see, and it's like some of these things that we speak of is being left to the association that brings the parents and the alumni. When I speak of this budget that we have for education, and when I speak of my not understanding what it does and why it is that it can't give us free education, it is for that reason. Because I look at the role that the alumni play in these schools.
Yes.
I look at the role that the Parents Association plays. It's huge. Because it means they're a fundraising group. It is huge. So now, when you look at that, and you're asking, so you're supplementing the government. Okay? Then you have CDF that's supposed to help build more classrooms. Everything that you hear about this lacks cohesion. Yeah. What you see are very many moving parts. And you see, at the end of this particular story, there is a child. And this child is going to compete with a child who is in a class with 25 students and they have 2 teachers, a teacher and an assistant.
Yes.
They're 25.
And they have all the resources.
Some have 15. This child is competing with this, because the exam is the same, whatever it is, the assessment is the same. So you're disadvantaged from the get-go.
We need to construct more schools. We need more schools, Maze City. There is no way. Nairobi school, 1,000 was the maximum population at any given time. 1,000 ndio ya Form 4 peke yake. Then 1,000 ya Form 3 na Form 2 na Form 1. Hapana. Sioni. That is untenable. You can't control that population. Watu wanaoganga aje? Wanalala aje?
I think that one is not difficult.
Hapana.
No, there are days on which unaoga. Usifikiria ati kila mtu anaoga tu.
Even when we were 1,000, even if tulikuwa tunaoga, there were days. Okay, Nairobi school, it had ample facilities. Kutoga kwako tu ni kupenda kwako.
Yes.
But because of the cold.
But hii sasa. Monday, Tuesday. So bro, utangoja wiki.
Monday ni siku ya Form 1s. Form 4s wanaoganga Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Anyway, Taifa Leo has more or less the same stories as the Nation and Ndimi za Moto. The same folks have been mentioned here from Gachagua all the way to John Waluke. Walipoteza waume kwa Shabab walia. Wajane waliopoteza waume wao kwenye mashambulio ya Al-Shabaab Lamu wanalilia serikali. Sababu ya jiji kuwa na baridi kali, chanzo cha baridi hiyo kinaanzia maelfu ya kilomita kusini mwa Kenya. Yote ipata katika ukurasa wa 4. Faida ya Equity juu 32%, yani 32% profit in this particular financial year. Alafu All Kalao ilikuwa uwanja wa fujo, yasema Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Hiyo utaisoma katika ukurasa wa 3. Vieira kocha mpya wa Senegal, you don't say. Patrick Vieira kiungo wa zamani wa Ufaransa arithi Pape Theo. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa upi? Ukurasa wa 2. Over to you, City.
Yes. Let's look at the Business Daily. Land House shares deals hand Treasury 26.8 billion. What am I talking about? Tax collection from sale of land, houses and shares in the private companies climbed 28% to 26.8 billion in the financial year to June 2026, pointing to a rebound in asset transactions. Sawa? Yes. Why is there a rebound in asset transactions? Why are people selling things?
Is it because they are broke, or is it because they are looking for liquid cash to do other kinds of investments?
Now that is now the question, but that is not the story. Equity skips interim dividends despite 43.7% billion profit. Equity Group Holdings reported a 31.5% jump in the half year to June 2026, but opted not to pay an interim dividend with an eye on capital for expansion. Shareholders, this one see tunasoma tu.
Okay.
KCB to float first tranche of 300 billion bond in October. KCB Group targets raising 100 billion by October 2026 as the first tranche of a 5-year 300 billion medium-term note program. So, Kenya's 12 billion condemned fuel shipped to DRC, South Sudan. Umesikia story?
Nimesikia story.
Kenya oil marketers shipped out 42.12 million liters of the condemned petrol to the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan after offering a trail on the movement of the controversial fuel that triggered the ouster of 3 top officials in the energy sector. About 93 oil marketers, mainly independent, sold 28.45 million liters of the consignment in DRC and a further 19.67 million liters in South Sudan in June, according to documents tabled in the Senate, which investigated the controversial cargo. By the way, condemned doesn't mean it was fuel that can't be used. It's just that the standards that we've set for fuel, it did not meet.
However, I think the world needs to move to just that very high standard. To watch history, or there are countries that take a certain standard.
No, what's going to force that are the engines that are actually being crafted now.
Yeah.
They will not, you buy that fuel. If that car doesn't break down in a month, wewe utajua.
Kama hizi gari za 2017. Anyway.
Absa minority investors reject 24 billion share offer. Absa Group fails to buy 16.5% stake in Kenya unit. Over 64,000 investors snub offer to sell their shares. More than 64,000 minority shareholders of Absa Kenya snubbed an offer from the lender's top shareholders to buy part of their shares, scuttling the bid by the South African parent to increase its stake in as much as 85%. Hiyo vile nimesema hapo, nitaiwacha hapo. Siongelelei zaidi hapo. Anybody wants to understand it more, I encourage you to read the Business Daily, where you will be told this story in greater details than the ones I have provided.
Yes.
Let me just take a minute to look at the Star newspaper.
Okay.
So we understand what is in the headlines of the Star newspaper.
What is in the headlines of the
Revolt
Star?
over Kalonzo and Gachagua as pair concludes deal.
Did you say remote?
I said revolt.
Oh.
Not remote. revolt.
Who is revolting and why are they
Leaders
revolting?
have rejected any selfish boardroom agreements between the two parties. That's really the essence of it.
Okay.
Okay?
Even them, they would be crazy to have some kind of boardroom agreement.
Oh, no. Politicians are not crazy. That is how they function on a daily basis. It's us who think it is crazy. Yes.
Okay.
Wow. Let me just read it. A fresh storm is brewing in the opposition after leaders rejected the DCP wiper claim to strike an early two-party deal before bringing in the rest of the board. Umesikia hiyo?
Nimesikia.
Nimewacha tu hapo. Pia ukitaka kusoma more of it, unaenda kwa the Star ukuambie. But it is a conversation that follows other conversations that have been had, that the people must be involved.
Yes, they should.
You don't sit and decide and then you tell us, okay, now that we have decided, this is the way you should.
You see, the problem with them sitting in a boardroom and then deciding is that, number one, the other leaders will feel sidelined.
Not feel, they will have been sidelined.
They will have been sidelined. And City, no one wants to be sidelined.
Not only that, you don't know the details of what they have crafted for themselves. And then they're telling you that you're in this thing as equal partners. Sangapi.
There's something waheshimiwa wenye wamekuwa kuja hapa wamekuwa wakisema that even one vote is critical. Even just one.
That truer words have not been spoken. Those people have gotten the heart of the matter. Meaning you don't ignore any vote. Yes.
Now, saizi, if they are serious about ousting President Ruto, making him a one-term president, then they will need the support of each and every one of them within that opposition.
Paul, beyond the delegitimizing the president,
yes,
and pointing to ills that we as Kenyans can also see and witness, let's not talk about what they want to do for the country. How they plan to do it also. Can you see clarity beyond saying this is what they want to do and shouting really loudly about how they are not going to be like this person and how they are going to do it differently. And every once in a while somebody comes up and says, us, we're going to do it differently like this statement.
Yes.
Whereas the key to this particular kingdom is in the details. And all they've done is made a statement. That statement is supposed to be an all-fulfilling prophecy and understanding by which you can know that now once they've made this statement, now we know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So we're not diviners, Bwana. We don't read tea leaves, neither do we read entrails.
Yeah.
But more to the point, we don't read broad statements. If you want to say something,
say it.
Please. Yes.
Direct.
Please.
Don't use parables and proverbs and idioms. Sema hivi ndivyo nilikuwa nasema wasee.
Yes. What was key? Yes. And then don't turn back once you've said it and say, that's not what I said. What I said was... It's on record.
I was looking at social media yesterday in regards to what President Ruto did the night before that health summit that he held with the media. Bro, watu hiyo kitu wameichambua in 75 different ways.
150.
Unakumbuka kuna mtu alisema kuna kitu Ruto anaweza fanya na watu, kuna watu, not everyone. Kuna watu hata Ruto hata walete Angel Gabriel hivi. Watasema umetuletea shetani.
No, ama arudisha Gabriel mbinguni. Wacha kwani anakuja kufanya nini hapa?
Tulete Michael.
Yes.
Unajua? So I was just looking at the comments. Someone said there was a caption. So they took the picture of the president. There's a time he didn't have his blazer on. He was looking like he's in the office doing some very serious discussions and listening to the people of Kenya. Then mtu akasema, yani huyu mtu anaweza katudanganya with so much confidence akiwa amevaa vismart TV. And I was like, what on earth is happening in this country?
What has happened is this, my friend. The conversation, it may appear like we're being on the government's case. They have allowed that process of delegitimizing the president and the narratives around it to take hold. So it is in people's mind. It has become the lenses through which they see things. It doesn't matter what the president does. To some people,
he will never do right.
In fact, they are wondering why are people arguing about. As far as they're concerned, nothing is happening. Yes, you can say, but don't you see this? No, that's nothing.
There's a time he was standing, straight face, looking at the crowd. Then someone said, he can lie to us with such a straight face.
That's the interpretation. That tells you that rhetoric has been effective. Now, if that was an attempt to counter it, the one thing that it has done it has at least brought about a certain conversation about what it is that was being said.
I don't know what the president will do. I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
No, the thing is, you just keep doing it. The truth is, it will be discussed. And even the content of the discussion will be looked into. People can talk about this thing was choreographed, this was this, but you are discussing it. You are discussing it.
Aye.
And for a brief moment there, all these negative vibes that we keep talking about, at least we've got a bit of a breather. But the moment the silence dies down, we are back.
Here's the news with Miss Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Form 3 student from Vokoli Girls School has died following an attack at her family's home in Kenfiko near Kakamega town. The student was reportedly tied up and assaulted by assailants who raided the home at night before fleeing with valuables. The incident has sparked calls from residents for thorough investigations and increased security patrols in the area.
Kuna wezi waliingia kwa nyumba kwa boma langu, waliruka ukuta, wakaingia kwa nyumba ya watoto, wakapata mtoto yangu msichana, Laura Flora, ambaye alikuwa kidato cha 3 shule ya Vokoli Girls. Alikuwa amelala. Walimvamia kwa kupiga yeye kwa kichwa na kifaa yenye sikufahamu. Wakatoka hapo, wakakuja paka kwa bedroom yangu, wakanieleza wanataka niwapatie simu zangu.
The Ministry of Education has confirmed that schools will reopen for the third term on Monday, August 24th, dismissing reports that the reopening date has been postponed. The ministry says the approved school calendar remains unchanged and has urged parents, learners, and education stakeholders to disregard the reports circulating on social media. Term 3 will run for 9 weeks from August 24th to October 23rd, 2026. A Homa Bay family is mourning the loss of its breadwinner following the violence that marred the Linda Mwananchi rally on Sunday. Noreen Nalwanga was hit by a speeding vehicle during the chaos and later died while receiving treatment. Her death has left the family grappling with the loss of a loved one and the impact of losing its source of income.
Mama kasikia rumors kuna lootings zinafanyika huko hivyo tao, so alienda kuconfirm vitu zake, ndio dakika kidogo nikapata news ati gari gonga.
Mimi kama Jack alinipigia simu kitu saa 12:30 akaniambia ati tao ni kubaya, nikae kwa nyumba. Alafu ikifika saa 2 nikapigiwa simu ati amekufa. Nilishangaa sana.
We are puzzled. The guy who came told us that at their family they have problems. If it is possible, we can take the body to Uganda.
Suba South Member of Parliament Karoli Omondi says the Linda Mwananchi movement does not ferry people to its rallies or brand them, insisting the gatherings are organic. Speaking on Citizen TV, Omondi claims the rallies only come under attack in areas where ODM is present. This comes amid claims that the movement ferried goons to their rally last weekend in Homa Bay, where at least 2 people were killed.
We don't ferry anybody to our rallies. We don't brand anybody in our rallies. Our rallies are the most organic in the country. Unfortunately, we only get attacked where ODM is present. Those are the places we get attacked whenever we go to have our rally. So ODM should answer. And they invoke the ODM party name and the name of President Ruto. They should tell us where they attack us.
2 people have been charged with international drug trafficking offenses Following a joint investigation by police in UK and Nigeria, the suspects are Oladipopo Antadare from Dagenham and 44-year-old Latif Yusuf from Hornchurch. They were arrested after police seized more than 180 kilograms of cocaine in UK on August 5th. The two appeared before Barkingside Magistrates Court on August 8 and were remanded in custody. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? A big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. There's someone I've seen here, that is Kitungu. Amesema, good morning, my neighbors. Good morning to you too. Die Interactive umesema, Grand Rising, gentlemen, it's cold in Kilifi. Cold in Kilifi? Cold in Kilifi. Cold and Kilifi wanaendanishanga pamoja kweli. Yes. Anasema, very cold. Is this global warming? It could be an effect of global warming. Lucas Misati. I hope nimeisema vizuri. George Muga. Then kuna David Oloch. George Muga ni mtu wenu?
I know him.
David Oloch. David Oloch. Alafu Dr. Hussein ilikuwa nimekusalimia. All right, guys. Karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. In this hour, we want to focus on the political game changers as far as 2027 is concerned, the movers, the shakers, and the ones who move but do not shake anything. And with that,
and those in between.
And those in between. You know, there are people who move and they don't shake nothing this month. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. Nice to have you in studio this morning.
Asante sana.
Ulikuwa umesaulika venye Edna alienda ni kama alienda na
list.
Na list
na
ya
database.
Na database.
We send our condolences first.
Yes, indeed we do.
Yeah, and we then I'm glad for the hospitality over here. As soon as I checked in, as they usually do, they rolled a red carpet for me.
Of course.
Traditional dancers.
Yeah.
And they've served me with my favorite Kisi Blue Mountain coffee. So I'm having a very good day.
Nice. So uliona wasichana wamevaa marimba venye walikuwa na ndio hiyo sasa.
They even knew my name.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe I should run for police office.
You should actually.
Is that an indication?
It is. You know, City, I was asking Dismas yesterday whether he's going to go for that senatorial seat in his county. You know what he told me? Niambia huko hakuna pesa.
Hakuna pesa? That's what he thinks.
Alisema huko hakuna pesa. Pesa iko huko mali unasumbua watu huko chini. But this was nice to have you.
Asante sana.
You know, as we were having that conversation yesterday, first of all, let's do the methali and then I tell you what came to mind after that conversation. So City, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the state of Libya. Like the sparrow, he wanted to imitate the pigeon's walk, but lost his own.
Wow. I normally have challenges with proverbs, but I would easily say that...
This must tell us, what are your challenges with proverbs?
Language barrier.
Language barrier. Niliambiwa wakati mmoja kwamba, do not attempt to jump from one tree to another because you've seen a monkey doing it. You know, now the monkey has got capacity of jumping from one tree to another.
True.
And if you don't have capacity, don't attempt to do it. Nice. So I guess in life it means that never assign or take up a responsibility if you don't have what it takes.
Yeah.
But in my village, tunasema kwamba dawa ya moto ni moto. Pia me, I prepared a proverb for CT.
Yes.
I don't know whether CT are socialized much with the Bible. If you could please go to Proverbs 18:2.
So why don't you just read it since you're already there?
It says, a rebel doesn't care about facts. All he wants to do is express his opinion. Proverbs 18:2. A rebel doesn't care about facts.
Yes.
Why?
All he wants to do is to express his opinion.
Yeah.
And the reason why this has come to my mind this morning, before I came, I had the opportunity of watching CNN. I'm among the few Kenyans who watch CNN.
Trust me, we are many.
We are many.
Yeah, we are
Of
many.
course, yeah. Now, two significant events. A lady called Darlene Graham, I hope my pronunciation is right. She was appointed as a senator when the brother passed on.
Okay.
And they were doing interviews. And the question was...
Which country does she come from?
From the US.
Okay.
South Carolina. So they were doing, these debates for their primaries. And she's serving as a US senator.
Yes.
But her understanding of foreign policy is zero.
Okay.
Zero, kabisa. And during the debate, she actually admitted that I'm not a polished politician. I don't understand these facts.
Yes.
Now, the conservatives said, oh, amazing, we trust her, we love her honesty. But you see, she doesn't understand foreign policy.
Yeah.
And these are the guys who are essentially running the US.
They're the lawmakers.
Yeah. And the Democrats said, wait a minute, the Republicans have placed a huge premium on meritocracy. When one of their own fails, they turn around the story and they say, she's honest. And then it led me to the conversation the other night of President Ruto, when he had a town hall and he displayed the capacity and competence around the health sector.
Yes.
So there are many opinions. Others wanasema ilikuwa ni kipindi. But
choreographed.
Yeah. But in my view, President Ruto has raised the bar. That if you're going to run for political office, whether it's MCA or you want to become the president of the Republic of Kenya, you must now abandon political slogans and give us facts. There must be clarity on what you are going to do. Because I've seen a number of presidential candidates when they ask, so what are you going to do? You can almost predict the answers. Wanasema punitive tax regime. But when you press further, you say, so you've said it's a punitive tax regime. Can you give us the basics? They say, no, when I get to the office, I'll give you the basics. But in my view, Kenyans need to be convinced that you actually have capacity and competence. You have the leadership credentials.
True.
And if there's going to be a presidential debate next year, whoever is going to be having a presidential debate with President Ruto will have a nightmare.
Okay.
Yeah. Because so far, none of the guys who want to run for president, none of the people who want to run for
can articulate
governors,
issues like him.
Senators, members of the National Assembly, or even MCAs have demonstrated that they can actually engage in that kind of a conversation. And in my view, now you can draw a parallel with the US. That when this lady, Darlene Graham, fails, people say, wait a minute, she's very honest. But you see, if you're in the US Senate and you don't understand foreign policy, then are you going to discharge your responsibilities? If you want to run for president in Kenya and you don't have an idea of policy development and execution, are you going to run the show?
Yeah.
In my view, Kenyans must demand more. Kenyans must demand for meritocracy. And if people are coming to do slogans, like for instance, if you say one term, in my view, one term is not a strategy.
Yeah.
And if you say two term is not a strategy. You must go down to critical issues.
That thing, that town hall that the president held, let's even take that angle of it having been choreographed. I would look at it as him having prepared adequately for that conversation, because he's not the health CS, but by the time you're telling guys you're going to have a town hall around health, my friend, you will have all the information that needs to be had as far as the health sector is concerned. And I'm sure if tomorrow he was to hold one on agriculture, he'll probably do something similar. Go prepare, soma kila kitu, uliza minister kila kitu, uliza PS kila kitu. Have them there with you in case kuna swali imeulizwa nyuju nasema haya waziri jibu hiyo. So hiyo iko sawa. But I agree with what you have said on that issue of whoever is going to face him in a debate is definitely going to have a very tough time.
The only challenge he will have, and I'm sure he's crafting a very solid answer, is on the matter of Gen Z and abductions and, human rights.
You're saying he's going to have a what? Challenge?
He's going to have a challenge with that on the issues of Gen Z, the demonstrations, human rights and abductions. But if you remove that variable from the debate, then it's going to be a tall order. And in my view, that is what we must encourage.
Yeah.
That are outside these political slogans. I mean, or rather, the political slogans must be anchored on material facts, because the people like to come and give us generalities. You know, people claim that affordable housing is a failure. But when you ask him, okay, you said affordable housing is a failure, where is it a failure? They're not able to give anything. A few days ago, he spoke about beyond...
But on that affordable housing issue, you know me, I've met people, I've never been to any of those houses. So I only know kuna zenye zimejonga sijui Embu, sijui Kitui, sijui Nairobi wapi. But specifically on the Embu one, someone told me those houses are tiny and then they're in the middle of nowhere. And this is someone...
Does this nowhere have a name?
When he said in the middle of nowhere, he meant like hakuna mtu anaweza taka kwenda kuishi hapo.
No. You see, this is the whole point. That's a generalization. Yeye hataki kwenda kuishi huko.
Yeye ni mtu wa Embu na alikuwa anaongea from the perspective.
So, how does he say watu and yet it is him who does not want to live there?
Because he's like, those houses hakuna mtu ameingia so far na zishajengwa.
And also when he says that the houses are tiny, na je ingia huko ndani.
So yeye ameenda. Mimi nisema mimi sijakuwa.
Okay.
But he has been there.
And so when he says they are tiny, what is the reference point? Is he considering the size of the bedroom to the State House bedroom, or a 5-star hotel, or a 1-star hotel, or a lodge up a mango tree? You know, these are... Actually, in my view, that is a foundation of misinformation and disinformation.
Okay.
People give general statements. You know, the proverbs I've given over here. Those are actually rebels. They don't want to deal with facts. And even if assuming that the houses are tiny, but can you imagine for somebody who's literally been spending the night on top of a mango tree?
Yeah.
You are exposed to floods, your house
The
is
weather.
next to a river, you know, all these vagaries. But now, even if it's tiny that you can't play basketball or even table tennis in your bedroom, but you still have something permanent. And even outside the physical structure,
yes,
we need to look at the employment and wealth creation opportunities. Imagine the number of plumbers who've been retained to do this affordable housing.
Yes.
The number of painters, the cement which has been used, the steel which has been used. There is a big thing. And in my view, for President Ruto, if President Ruto wants to win, he must put up a very aggressive, agile fight against misinformation and disinformation. Like the summit he had a few days ago.
Yeah.
It's actually proved that there's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation. And when the misinformation and disinformation drives your biases, then you take it to the bank and you say, these are nice deals. These are very good things.
Wacha niulize, hiyo nyumba ya affordable housing, because from my understanding as Paul Munga'la Mbuvi, now this is for me, not speaking for anyone, that is a home you buy or rent to own.
Yes.
At one point, right? So I'm assuming I will live there with my family. So that means my wife and maybe some 2 or 3 children. This gentleman that I spoke to from Embu was telling me, bro, that house is, you can't live there.
Okay, what are the sizes of the rooms? Because when you say it is tiny, let's just understand, what are the size of the rooms?
Again, I haven't seen them, so I wouldn't know.
So, how you see that if he knew the determinations of the size, then we could say this thing is actually tiny. Okay, 2 feet by 2 feet.
Yeah.
So if everybody's going to, even when you sleep, you're going to sleep standing. Okay, we understand.
I'm sure it can fit a bed.
The thing is, he may very well even be right in his own eyes. But if you are going to talk about something and you're going to define it, you have to give details of that definition so that we understand what you're saying. Because something, when you say something is small, is it as small as a football field? Is it as small as a runway? Is it, small as what?
That should be a point of reference.
If you have those details, then it is very easy for someone to say, indeed, what you're saying is true. This thing is tiny. But just the word tiny, and then it is too small. Unfortunately, that person has not informed you about anything. There's nothing they've actually told you of substance, because you don't know how to even envision what it is that he's saying.
Yeah, because it actually made me very curious. I was like, okay, when you say tiny, the parameters, and this is in my head. So that means by the time someone tells you, hapo huwezi ishi na familia yako, I went back to an SQ I used to live in when I was at the university. Kakitu kalikuwa kadogo, it could only fit a bed. I couldn't even fit a table. That means gas, I literally would get out of bed na kanyanga mali gasi. Unaasha gas hapo na unaekelea maji, and you have to open the door because the moment the gas is on, muna sweat hapo ndani. And there was a double decker because I had a roommate. So you can imagine when he said tiny, that is exactly where I went to. But anyway.
But you know what you said is the life story for majority of Kenyans. I mean, unless you are born in purple,
yes,
you have to begin from somewhere. People have even got more I mean, more challenging stories than what you've said. Yeah, so it's an upward mobility.
Yes.
And this gentleman you met who said it's tiny, you let him go with murder because, as the city has said, he should have provided material facts so that we can actually know that this bedroom is in fact tiny and is unacceptable. And sometimes people who made it in life come up with some statements which are reckless.
Yeah.
If you meet somebody who has been starving for the last 1 week, umpatie ile githeri, beans and
maharagwe.
I
mean, sorry, mahindi.
Yeah, now you're mahindi. You are confusing me.
Sorry.
Na haijawekwa chumvi na haijawekwa
mafuta
kila kitu yote. Umwambie hii githeri is poorly done. Just give me 1 week. I get you
some
pepper
good
steak.
Yes.
I get you a pepper steak and saute chips. And then I'll get
kachumbari.
Kachumbari.
Yes.
Then I'm also going to
Italy, guacamole.
Yeah, nikulete hizo vitu zote plus champagne.
Yes.
So what are you telling this fella? This guy is about to starve, and then namwambia ngoja kidogo igidheri haijakuwa poa.
He's dying, yeah.
These are affordable housing. Then there are also social housing.
Yes.
So people must have everything in context. And it's for that reason that we must fight misinformation and disinformation. And demand clarity for anybody who wants to run for political office.
Yeah.
Because as now this lady in the US has demonstrated, I mean, she came up in the open and said, I don't understand these subjects. I'm not a polished politician. But she wants to run for office where you're supposed to be a polished politician. Now, because of biases, the Republicans are saying, give her a pat on the back. She must be Christian.
Yeah.
She's honest.
She's honest.
Yeah, she's honest, yeah. But the Democrats are saying, wait a minute. Conservatives, you've been saying that the Latinos and the blacks have not embraced meritocracy. If it was a black man who had said that I'm not polished, I don't understand the subject,
Muga is incompetent.
Kabisa incompetent, you run the guy out of town.
Yes. Okay. Now, on that affordable, but now I hope some, if you've been to those affordable housing, kama unaishi uko tafadhali, kama uko na picha, mimi nataka ututumie. Ndio tuanze kuelewa hii nyumba inakaa namna gani.
Maybe what you need to do
is
call the PS for housing, PS Singer, and ask him to take you around some of these affordable houses.
Why don't they have those pictures on their social media? Because I haven't seen any.
They do. If you look at
the interior?
Boma yangu, why don't you look at it and see?
Tutaangalia tu saizi. Movers and shakers and non-movers who are not shaking. A couple of folks have jumped ship from party to party. One of the latest ones, of course, is D.D. Nyoro. Ameenda amefungua People's Party of Kenya. I've actually seen, even on social media, some folks have now registered to run under his party. I think I've seen a lady.
Well, may I pause for a second?
Sure.
I looked up the house, the officially stated housing unit sizes under the affordable housing program. The typical studio one room is 20 square meters. The 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 30 square meters, and the 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 40 square meters.
Okay.
Those are the sizes.
So the studio is 20 square meters.
Yes.
So that's about 5 meters by 4 meters.
Yes.
For uniformity.
Now, so that you understand this social housing, look at some of the units that people live in places like, say, Makongeni, people like Jerusalem, Jericho, Kibera, and look at the sizes of those units that they live in and compare to this one. So that is where you get a fair comparison.
Yes.
So you know what it is you're paying for. And even if you're given a cost, you can more or less determine what it is 1 square meter costs, given the cost. Now, I've gotten those details right now. Those are the details that your friend could have gotten and could have said. Because when you say 20 square meters, I can envision it and I can see. But if people live in one room, in this one, and it's a room, it's not as though it is a self-contained, it's just a room, and the whole family lives in it.
A family of 6.
Yes, one room. So,
That's
again...
And they're paying about 5,000, 6,000.
Yes.
Monthly, eh?
Yes, and we haven't spoken of the Mabati structures, where what they call the counter suit, okay? That's what they're called.
Okay.
They have the same sort of like... space and people,
design.
Yeah, and people pay rent. What is good is that the floor has been cemented and everything, but it's mabati. There are no mahuas to go with it. So again, you want to ask this fundamental question: what sort of houses are many people living in this city of ours? The vast majority of people. And if the social housing is meant for such people, compare, like you're talking about Mkuru kwa Njenga, Mkuru kwa Ruben. again, that question arises: what sort of houses or what sort of structures were they living in, so that we can compare?
The social housing and the affordable housing are two different ones.
No,
two different.
yes. The target
is different.
Resident for the social housing is completely different
right.
from the affordable housing one. Yes,
and it's actually the case that Nairobi suffers from housing insecurity, because even if you can access a nice residence, probably there's a challenge with the rent or even mortgage. The majority of people spend, if I recall, I read a research somewhere that they would spend even up to 40% of their income just to get a decent accommodation. So if you're going to have many of these affordable housing or social housing, so that you work on the supply side, so be it. If you're going to have many of these houses so that you get many more people getting jobs, plumbers, engineers, people selling paint, I think it's a deal. And in my view, the challenge has been with the administration, that they've had challenges with communication. Because in my understanding, affordable housing or social housing, it's not all about providing more units. It's employment and wealth creation opportunities as well.
Okay. I honestly do hope that those houses find use.
Look at it this way. This is theory.
Yeah.
When you put up houses in what your friend refers to as remote areas, actually, it has its uses, if I may put it simply. The process of urbanization often means, or the move that people move from the rural areas, what they call the urban drift, it happens because someone is moving to a place where there's supposed to be better amenities. Okay? So the amenities are often equaled with opportunities. Now, a house is an amenity. So if there is a house, it actually acts as a stimulus for economic development and growth. You may not see it, but it actually is. Look at, for instance, shopping centers in the rural areas. One of the things that people first put up is structures. And people still travel to come back to work in that structure. Some build a structure and you live behind that particular unit. Now, when you have units that have very many people, what you've done is you've actually freed up land. Okay? Because instead of everybody having their own unit, all you've done is move them so that they go upwards. The problem with these units usually is maintenance. Because the moment you have a lift, the moment you have shared facilities, the maintenance is what becomes a problem. And this is what hasn't been addressed fully. It hasn't been explained. How on earth are you going to help maintain these things? Because again, you're moving these people from units where even the idea of this thing I'm referring to as maintenance wasn't there. The idea of having a unified thought for all the people who live there, so that they understand that there are certain shared spaces that they must contribute to. Everything about it. It's like you're going to have to re-educate the population who want to live in those houses, because it will introduce dynamics that previously they were not accustomed to. See? So these are the things that, in my opinion, have not been sufficiently adhered to. So when you say you've built and people are going to move in, that's not the end of the story. It never is. It's the beginning. And moving forward, there'll be very many challenges, but these are the things that must be brought out and must be addressed.
I guess with time we'll see. For example, in those houses in Embu, if indeed they're in the middle of nowhere, because again, I haven't been there, so
this
I wouldn't
nowhere
know.
has a name, believe me.
I'm sure it has. You see, when someone says it's the middle of nowhere, of course it's a figure of speech. They just mean mali zimejengwa, hakuna mtu anaweza taka kwenda kuishi huko.
No,
but they're not in the middle of nowhere.
Paul means he doesn't want. You see, it irks. It really gets my goat. This thing of watu wataki, watu gani?
But city,
wewe utaki sema
nyumba zimejengwa, nyumba zimejengwa, si ndio? Hakuna mtu ameingia, sababu gani? Tukingekuwa na mtu mmoja tungesema okay, si watu wote hawajataka kuingia. Dismas mkuu anaishi kwa unit 301.
But you know, based on what you
But
said,
if it's empty, then no one wants to live there.
No. No one has already
moved there.
Yes, nobody wants to live there.
Until someone lives there, then we can say, okay, fine. Whoever had said they don't want to be there, then clearly it's just them.
Paul, I'm belaboring this point because the definitive statement of no one wants to live there is erroneous. What is correct is that nobody has occupied those houses. That is correct. As to nobody wants to live there. No, that one... You require some serious evidence to support that statement.
Let's wait and see.
Yes.
Nasikia kuna zingine pia Kitui. I think there are some in Syokimau. Let's wait and see.
Now, you know, on the matter of
Nyoro.
Dindi
Nyoro, yes.
It's very interesting. He says that Africa is our business and our business is Africa. Or?
We are Africans and Africa is our business.
And yeah, he positioned himself as an intellectual leader, as a thought leader on issues of economics. And when the rubber was meeting the road, when he was supposed to be at the National Assembly to vote, he did a runner. So people said, wait a minute.
Bro, say he was absent. But you know when you say he did a runner, it's like you're saying that somebody saw him running very fast in the direction of the airport to disappear.
Semantics. The guy wasn't there.
I'm a student of literature.
It's the imagery, so am I. It's the imagery that I'm fighting.
The guy wasn't there.
Yes.
Okay,
full stop.
Okay,
yes.
He was.
Yes, Paul. He wasn't there.
He was not around.
Yes.
And then he created a bit of suspense. And then all of a sudden he had these Damascus moments. And he has now established a political party. And in my view, anybody and everybody in Kenya, I mean, you can have your own political party, provided you meet the requirements. I understand we have about 100 political parties.
We do.
Yeah, but in substance, the parties that you can actually take to someone and say we are political parties is probably 10. So in a multi-party democracy, you remember this is the essence of when people are fighting, to repeal Section 2A. So you can have your own political party, and in my view, let him go and pursue his interests. But as usual, he's been met with hostilities. He's been branded as a mole, and his political party has been branded as a small wheelbarrow. And you remember, this is what you've been saying times above number, that multi-party politics in Mount Kenya has been suffocated. If you come up with a political party which is not aligned to the interests of Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, you're going to be branded a traitor. And I like what Mwangi Kinjuri said yesterday, that he's going to stay firm with his political party. And one would expect that people like JB Muturi, Munya, would not be frightened into a corner. Let's have anybody and everybody coming up with political parties. But again, I want to negate what I've just said. That one would have expected these political parties to be what we know from the Westminster model. That it's around maybe Republicans, Conservatives, or Labour, or Liberal Democrats. But these are special purpose vehicles. Now, he made some statements yesterday which gave me pause. He said, if you have been insulting Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, and kama umesalitu watu wetu, you will not be allowed to this political party.
Wait, who said this now?
Mr. Dininyoro.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that yesterday.
He said if you've been insulting
Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, and if you have betrayed our people, you will not be allowed to this political party. And I said, okay. That is number one. So his first step again was in Kiaru. If it's a national party, I expected him to start his campaigns from Osocho, my home, or Elwak Mandera. Now, I also understand...
Why would you expect him to start his campaigns there?
Because it's a national party.
It's a national party.
And so if it's a national party, the rule book is that you must go as far as possible from your own constituency.
Yeah, he must not start from his village, even if charity begins at home. Now, there's also another political party.
Who came up with that rule book?
It was done by people participation. Now, there's another political party called DCP. I understand they've got a vetting committee that if you want to join DCP and you are from the mountain, there's a vetting committee to vet you. And this vetting committee is made up of people who have the same mother tongue. So I'm saying, if there's a gentleman from Suna who wants to join a DCP, you're going to be vetted in a language that you don't understand. What is happening?
Bro. Weka break hapo kidogo.
No. I like what Dismas is saying.
Of course you do.
Yeah. So if you're going to vote for people, and City Muga, there's a very high probability that a DCP is going to become a parliamentary party, which is going to be funded by all taxpayers in Kenya.
Very true.
But this vetting committee is made up of people from an ethnic organization, which is the reason why we would expect people actually to have very serious political parties. I also understand that even KANU and Jubilee stands deregistration, that there's some bare minimums they have not met.
Which minimums?
I mean, I saw a report from the registrar of political parties. There are most political parties that do not meet their bare minimum, which is the reason why you must encourage these political parties to be anchored on something.
So hold on, Dismas. Are you saying that anyone who wants to join DCP will be vetted in the Kikuyu language?
Well, that committee is made up of people from... are you not alive to the Kenyan Constitution? Chapter 6 and Article 10. That it says this political party, which is funded by Mura, Alima, Wanjiro, Amisi, must reflect the face of Kenya.
Yes, it does.
So when I go into a room
Yes.
and I'm going to be vetted, I expect to see the face of Kenya. If I don't see the face of Kenya, I become nervous. More so if you're a taxpayer, if you understand your political rights.
Yes.
There's Article 33, 34, 35, 37, which provides for all these things.
Yeah.
So I expect the face of Kenya. Or we now need to lift the veil of incorporation, or we say substance over form,
Yes.
then we agree that in Kenya we are going to have ethnic political parties masquerading as national parties. So
Okay.
that in that case we know that if it's, for instance, Ford people during the time of Nyachai in Nyawakisi.
Yes.
So ukiingia kwa hiyo chama, weka sio mkisi, you're an outlier.
Golan Kisi.
Yeah, Golan Kisi. Which is probably going to be the language.
Abana, that's hyperbole of probably the most extreme form. Dismas.
But I have seen the leadership of DCP. Iko na akina Malala.
You know, some of these material facts are very uncomfortable. And I think we have a unique responsibility to call a spade a spade.
Okay, Dismas, let me ask you, since you seem to have knowledge of this, do you know the names of the individuals who are part of that vetting committee?
It's a vetting committee, right?
Yes, I mean, it's in the public domain.
No.
Yeah, I know them. It's in the public domain.
No.
Yeah, and it's a substance over form.
Dismas, it's a good thing to go to school and it's a good thing to be intelligent. My question is a simple one. Do you know them by name?
Yes, and he's doing a Google search.
Which means you don't. The point I'm trying to make is this. If a political party is in its formative years like DCP, and the person who runs that particular party happens to come from a region, the likelihood is that the vast number of people who form the foundation of that party are going to come from his region. That's how it has always been.
So actually, Dismas is right. They are right here. The committee leadership and members of that vetting committee include the chairperson, John Methu, who's the senator for Nyandarua, then Joe Nyutu, Muranga senator, Karungo wa Dhangwa, Kiambu senator, Njeri Maina, Kirinyaga woman rep, Jane Kihara, Naivasha MP, Wanjiku Muhea, Kipipiri MP, we even hosted her here, Benjamin Gaviru, Embakasi Central MP. These are the folks who are going to determine whether indeed you are coming from a different political party and you're fit to be in there.
What is implying that these people are only capable of speaking one language, and that is where my problem comes in.
Lakini ukigia pale na upatane na mtu ambaye anakuuliza
What I meant is the face of Kenya, and I've just received a text message from
those are Kenyans, bwana.
I've received a text message from my cousin in the village who has said, now you now qualify for banana. Ile prize, the one meant for royalty.
Yes.
On account of fact checking.
So the committee is actually watu ambao wametoka, si umeona Murang'a County, Nyandarua, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Naivasha, Kipipiri, alafu Embakasi Central. Hiyo tunaweza ita tu Kipipiri.
In its formative years, that is perfectly all right. This is not a 10-year-old party.
Okay.
As it gains, you see, we are denying a simple fact about the way we play our politics.
That they speak Kikuyu.
No. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
The people who speak Kikuyu and they're not Kikuyus, bwana. What I'm saying is this. Any politician who presents themselves as a party leader comes from a certain region of the country. And what makes people take him seriously is if he has support in his backyard. That tells people that this person can be trusted. If his people trust him, then it looks like he has a handle on things. It's not really complicated.
But I agree with Dismas on that issue of the face of Kenya. I'm not saying that
it will
this
have the face of Kenya. Give it time. How old is this party?
When will it have the face of Kenya?
I'm not saying that these folks are not competent in the positions they have been given. All I am saying is we didn't have an Otieno there that could probably sit in this thing. We didn't have a Mukua.
An Otieno in DCP.
Yeah. See, we have Otieno.
It's a national party in any event.
Yeah. We couldn't have a Lemayan in this particular thing.
Folks.
Or a Malala.
Malala.
How old is this party?
City doesn't
It
matter.
matters.
No, it matters.
No,
it matters not the age.
Why don't we look at the facts?
Why
Why don't we look at the facts? What later morphed into ODM didn't start as ODM. There was LDP, there was NDP. Raila was not a member of parliament in Luo Nyanza. He was a member of parliament in the city of Nairobi, in Langata. But the party that he was in swept the votes in Luo Nyanza. Swept, literally swept. Okay? they defeated the KANU stalwarts and what have you. They were Luos. Those were the foundational times of Raila Odinga. With time, other people joined that particular party from the neighbors on the left, on the right, and it moved on. These parties at some point or the other were abandoned as Raila moved on, whether when he joined KANU and later on the NAC, or all these things. However, after all those movements, the party that we now know of as ODM, along the way as they were changing, they were picking up individuals that would now give the party a national face. But it didn't start with that national face. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They will acquire it in time because it is actually a requirement of our national political parties. You cannot be a national party and you do not have a representation of the face of Kenya. That is a simple fact. This political party is young.
No. I know it is young, but it needs to have the face of Kenya because it is a political party, like Dismas has reminded us, that is going to be receiving my tax. And me, I am not about to ingia kwa nyumba alafu nisikia watu wakiongea lugha moja. Nataka tuongee kitu tunaelewana.
The people from whence this particular individuals come from also pay taxes, Paul.
Yes. All right. Anyway, Dismas, you were saying something. Tuondoke kwa hiyo point sasa.
Yeah, so in my view, Mr. Ndindi Nyoro needs to, first of all, he owes the nation an apology. He needs to give us clarity on what his political party stands for, and when he got the Damascus moments, and why he was not in Parliament. I'm not going to say
even during the impeachment process of the DP.
Because you see, we shouldn't allow leaders to sit on the fence, and then we start making excuses for them. No, we must demand clarity, and in my view, that is something very critical. But we wish him well. And indeed, any other Kenyan wants to form a political party. Because when he was launching his political party, people thought that he was actually going to launch his presidential candidature. He spoke about economics, and which in my view is very impressive, because he attempted to demonstrate that he's actually very solid in policy conversations, which is something you expect from all leaders. Because majority of the guys who want to run for president or indeed for any political office, all they're doing is opposing and coming up with political slogans, which doesn't define anything.
Okay, they might be coming up with these slogans, but not all of them. We can say they don't have something of substance they are offering the constituencies that they want to go and lead, whether it's the senatorial, governorship. For example, let's even pick Babu Owino. Babu Owino has declared his candidature for Nairobi County gubernatorial seat. He has a slogan which is one term. Ruto must go, right? But I've listened to him and he has some pretty good things to say about what he thinks he will do, is able to do if he's given that position of governor of Nairobi.
What does he say he'll do?
He was talking about the garbage situation. I did an interview with him. We spoke on the issue of insecurity. We spoke on the issue of traffic and the Matatu menace. If I remember well, we were talking about drainage because it was around that time kudukwanga na shida ya floods up in Nairobi. He had some really, and you can refer to that interview, he had some really solid things to say about the policies that he feels he can implement.
Were they general statements, or he was able to
No.
and give clarity?
He went down into details. He got granular, like City would say.
Then it's probably an exception, but majority of them have not given us that clarity so that you can form a decision. Because in my view, the bare minimum in Kenyan democracy is respecting the Kenyan constitution. That is the bare minimum. Then from that, now you must tell us that if you're saying there's food insecurity in Kenya, are you going to address food insecurity? If you're talking about this affordable housing, that you think it's a mess, are you going to sort it out? If it's
opposition alisema watapatia police hizo nyumba. That is their solution.
That is the solution. Yeah. So they're saying that if they say that these houses are substandard, and one of your friends said it's tiny, so they're good for law enforcement officers.
From the opposition side, yes.
Kenya Insurance Company built some houses in Meru. At the time they were being built, people said they were building houses in Meru Forest and who was going to live in there. As we speak now, those are considered very high-end houses that people live in, and some even have chosen to buy. A regular servants' quarters, as we call them, is 6 meters squared. 6, not 20, 6. And an entire family lives in it. The way houses are built in this country, there are codes by which people must act. And the codes and the size of the room have to do with health reasons, not just how tightly can you squeeze people into one room. No. It's health reasons. But in this city of ours, people have been flaunting these codes for the longest possible times. And yet people pay a heck of a lot of money to live in these houses.
Yeah, actually, to buttress your point, majority of the houses, the ones that you made reference to, people develop medical complications on account of, the way the structure has been done. Because 99% of the time, that unit is very cold. So the moment you get in, the first thing you have to do is to switch on the lights or switch on the heater. Can you imagine the amount of energy you consume? And then there's no natural light. So leave alone that the room is very cold.
They don't have windows?
No, they do. But the window faces another block.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then there is a certain space that they must leave between those units. They ignore it. So you can actually greet your neighbor in the morning from the other unit. Okay?
You open your window into your neighbor's house.
Actually, his house might as well be an extension of your own house.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I've seen people having altercations on account, like somebody, and most of them don't have sinks. So mtu akiamka asubuhi akiosha vyombo, anamwaga kwenda huko chini. So the guy who lives huko chini, ukipita hapo nje
inakumagikia
kwa kichwa.
Yeah.
And others who are very rowdy wanarusha hivi. And I remember as soon as we had completed college, when buying big music systems was in vogue, in those kind of units,
you bought the boombox.
Yeah, and then it faces your neighbor. So you come early in the morning at 4 o'clock, you start playing Nobody Can Stop Reggae, and you see now you disrupt everybody in the neighborhood. These things are results for. Yeah, so those are things that have been considered, and there's a lot of research which has been done. I'd like you to imagine that you live in this tiny house which has no ventilation.
Yes.
There's no natural light coming in. You can't even stretch your hands. And maybe you're a family of, say, 6.
Yeah, you're always having pneumonia or tuberculosis, homa, allergies. You're always having sinus issues because hakuna hewa ya kutosha. Baridi, of course.
There's no circulation of air, just by the way they're built. And by the way, if you really must do an audit of housing, you must look at the many units that have been built over time by private contractors or developers, and what those things look like. And if you want to have a fair comparison, then compare some of those units with what is now being built. Then you have a fair estimate of what it is that is actually genuinely fit for human habitation and what isn't. According to the codes that we have, not just us making it out of from our heads, but what it is that has been the guiding principles of how you should build houses in this country.
And that is where we blame the local authorities. Because this house, the plan must have been submitted to a local authority.
For sure.
And it flaunted all the building standards. But somebody gave the stamp of approval. And understand more often than not, the khaki envelopes are changing hands. So somebody is taking their kids to these top-of-the-range international schools or even Ivy League, and you are subjecting the people who elected you into office to all these vagaries of this pneumonia, everything else, because you are cutting deals with the so-called private developers. And there is no pecuniary consequence to that, and there is no criminal consequence to that. So sometimes I wonder when you are an elected leader, maybe you are the governor, or you've been given responsibility to do these approvals, and then you give a stamp of approval knowing that essentially you are leading people to an early death. And you are very comfortable having a single malt whiskey in the evening, buying top-of-the-range vehicles, taking your kids to Ivy League schools as if nothing has happened. So that is the reason I'm saying that when you look at the composition of these coalitions, you need to look at the track record of these people and find out whether, in fact, they've been serving public interest in their entire lives, or they're just crawled from the woodwork. They want to use power as a factor of production. And it's unfortunate that in Kenya, majority of people we elect into public office, they use power as a factor of production, like land, like labor. They don't do anything else. For instance, if you look at some of these opposition leaders, you know a number of them who have joined, they're saying they're forming coalitions.
Yes.
They don't even want to run for president. They're applying for jobs as cabinet secretaries. Yeah, because they want to be in a coalition that if the candidate wins, they can get a role as a cabinet secretary.
Yes.
And that is why you need to look at them when look at their faces. Like, for instance, when you look at Kenya Kwanza, when you look at President Ruto, what is his track record in the public sector? If you look at somebody like, say, Moses Wetangula, what is his track record?
In the public sector.
In the public sector. You see, he served in the
time he was a minister for foreign affairs, right?
Yeah, he was in foreign affairs.
Kulikuwa na story ya shamba Japan iliuzwa.
Yeah. But you offered clarity. That was fake news and misinformation.
Is there any Kenyan who doesn't offer clarity on any subject?
And then also there is the case that he's been in the judiciary.
Yes.
And he's been at the National Assembly.
Yes.
So this is somebody who is ready to hit the ground running on day one.
That track record now.
If you give him office today and understand he's third in command, if something was happen and he becomes the president of the Republic of Kenya, nobody will have a running stomach because he has demonstrated that he has got capacity and competence to run. No, by the way, there's some people if they assume office. There's some people if they assume office today.
We would get a running stomach.
No, Kenyans will have a running stomach.
Oh, okay.
There's so many names I can't mention because I don't have resources for a lawyer. I could be sued for libel and slander. But a number of them have been interviewed on a couple of times. And when they speak, you start yawning and you look for a cup of coffee.
Yes.
Because majority of them excel in representation. There's a big difference between representation and leadership. So majority of them excel in representation. But when it comes to leadership, they've got these challenges. And I'm not going to tire, even if now I'm branded, that if we do not place a premium on meritocracy, if you do not place a premium on meritocracy, then we are going to be in big trouble. Yeah. You remember when President Ruto spoke about Vision 2060?
Yes.
Immediately, we were thrown into a spirit of polarization. And it's a well-known fact that polarization leads to horrible policies. Because when he said, let's look at Beyond Vision 2030, Mr. Gachagua literally went to Mount Kenya and he said, forget about that. So if the national conversation is going to take place, what happens to people from Mount Kenya who take Mr. Gashagua's word to the bank? They're not going to participate in this thing.
For sure.
It means that their views are not going to inform where we want to go in the next 20 or 30 years.
30 years.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the entire opposition perhaps would not even join because of the obvious reason of they're against President Ruto.
Yeah, and in my view, in Kenya, there's once a telecom CEO said that we are very peculiar, and indeed we are very peculiar. We are supposed to be attacking ideas, not personalities.
Yes.
Because at any point in time, you're going to have a president who will be coming up with a vision for the country. At any point in time, you're going to have an opposition who will have different views.
But you know why we attack individuals as opposed to attacking ideas? It is because these individuals have actually made themselves bigger than the ideas. And I'm not just talking about President Ruto alone. I'm talking about majority of our leaders. They have always made themselves bigger than the ideas that they would like to represent. For example, that idea 2060, it's a good idea. Personally, I had issues when it was announced because we were kept in tension the entire day. Amujui mnakuja kuambia nini at 7 p.m.
But Rigiji told you.
By the time alikuwa anatuambia, unajua pia utachukua kila kitu Rigiji anakuambia. Because you don't know. Maybe Ruto was announcing that he's not running for president anymore. Maybe he's announcing a new cabinet because we know he has about 120 days to constitute a new cabinet. So there are things that happened. Unashanga sasa. So I felt like this idea of us listening to the president's speech was about the president as opposed to what he was going to tell us. He could have sent a number of people to come and give us the same thing at a different time, in a different way, in a different fora. He could have sent a cabinet secretary because we have a ministry that deals with planning in this country. He could have sent even Deputy President Kindiki. He could have... 1,000 people I can mention that he could have sent. He could have even sent the leader of majority aseme, guys, sisi kama serikali tumefikiria hivi na hivi na hivi. But anyway, that happened and that happened.
If he did what you've said, do you know what we would have said?
Tungesema nini?
Why is the president sending these people? Why doesn't he come and tell us?
We have an entire Vision 2030 secretariat. Mbona hao hakutuambia?
Now, Mbuvi, the responsibility of the head of state, head of government, as the Kenya's national leader, is to set the vision for the nation.
Which is okay.
And have everybody aligned. So leadership has to come from the top. Even the reason why he had this summit is the one who came up with those radical proposals to reform the healthcare.
Yes.
So he takes responsibility. He must lead from the front. And you see, it's unfortunate today that whatever the president does, as we keep on saying right now, I don't know whether the sky is blue outside, but if he says the sky is blue,
yes,
folks wanamwambia hapana.
Lazima tu confirm.
Yeah, let's go and confirm. So in my view, we should develop these insatiable appetite for attacking ideas instead of personalities. You remember this gentleman when he took over as the Prime Minister of the UK? He's been in office now for a month. Andy, Pili is a tongue twister. He said the old people were being mistreated. You know, the pensioners in that part of the world.
Yeah.
And he said we are going to have an all-party conversation so that all parties come and agree on how to make progress. And in my view, for this Vision 2060, is what we need to do. But we must immunize that vision from politicians, political actors, and these other interests. So that the only thing the president does is to trigger the conversation.
How do you do this, Dismas?
We trigger the it triggers the conversation.
It's a political process, so how do you immunize it from politicians?
We trigger the conversation, or rather the president triggers the conversation in his capacity as head of state, not as government or as a UDA leader. And then we form that committee made up of non-politicians. Then we come up with a Vision 2060 framework. Then we give it to the members of the National Assembly to make it law. But they must not be on the driver's seat. They must be on the back seat, because politicians' interests are like a chameleon. They keep on changing every single day. So we are not going to be changing our national priorities every 5 years. That one is going to be very complicated. And even
it'll likely be counterproductive.
Yeah. And all manifestos should flow from this manifesto. In fact, manifestos now will use the manifestos to judge among all these political parties and politicians who will best execute this manifesto. You know, there's this policy about equality and equity in resource allocation. It must be captured in that Vision 2060.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you several questions here. It's not in my space to ask you questions.
No.
But I'm going to ask you
yes,
questions.
it is. You can ask.
Mbuvi, can you name for me 3 top public hospitals?
3 top public.
Yeah.
Kenyatta National Hospital.
Where is it located?
Hapa tu nje. Hapa.
On a point in
Dagoretti.
Okay.
Hapa Dagoretti, hapa. Kenyatta National Hospital.
Kenyatta National Hospital is in Dagoretti.
Kwani inakuanga wapi? Kenyatta National Hospital.
Oh, you're talking about the constituency?
No, ama ni Langata.
Okay, for ease of conversation, let's just say it's in Nairobi.
I think it's in Langata, by the way.
Kenyatta National Hospital?
Eh.
Bro, it is this way. Dagoretti is this way.
It's okay, but kwani tuko wapi? Anyway, the point is, in which constituency is it?
No.
I think it's in Langata. Anyway, I could be wrong. But anyway, so kuna Kenyatta National Hospital, ile ya Kenyatta University.
It's in which county?
That one is in Kiambu. All right. Then there is a Moi Teaching.
It's in which county?
That one is in Eldoret.
Work a break.
Yes.
Can you name for me 3 top public schools, boys schools?
Boys schools. Nairobi School, where I went to. Alliance Boys. Then there is umesema za boys pekee.
Usiwache Mangu, bro.
Mangu, Starehe, or you Starehe hapana.
Okay. Achia hapo. Where are they located?
So Nairobi School is in Nairobi County. Alliance is in Kiambu.
The Mangu?
Mangu is also in Kiambu.
3 top girls schools?
Alliance Girls, Mary Hill, and Kieni.
Nairobi School, haikuwa na girls school na nipo.
Hapana. Then there's Kenya High.
Now, have you seen the common denominator? Have you seen the common denominator? If you're looking for the definition of inequity and inequality in resource allocation, you've just defined it.
Okay.
Do you know before devolution, if you come from Kisii and you've got a patient unataka kumpeleka hospitali, unataka kumpeleka KNH, do you know how long it will take you to KNH? By the time you do 10 hours on a Kamba, the patient is long dead. Okay. Do you know the reason majority of people from my part of the hood are not in the security services?
People from your what? Hood?
Yeah, from my village.
Are not in the security services. By security, you mean police, army?
No, KDF, Kenya Police.
Disciplined forces.
Disciplined forces. Do you know why?
Why they are not there?
No, they're not many.
Actually, one of my best friends is from your area.
Apana, where your best friend does not represent a majority.
In the police
that is
service.
one person who is your friend. He's talking about why many are not in place.
Me and my 10 best friends.
Now, do you know that the Kenya's Police Academy is in Nyeri?
Yes, it is. Kiganjo.
Majority of...
Amasi Kiganjo?
Only Kiganjo?
Yeah. Do you know majority of people from Western Kenya interact with law enforcement? Actually, let me speak about my village. Majority of us would interact with law enforcement officers on account of breaking the law. When you are drinking changa or something like that.
Yes.
So you see a policeman coming, you run. So majority of people didn't even want to join the Kenya Police Service. But if you're brought up in Nyeri, then you know what Kenya Police is all about. if you're brought up in the neighborhood of a KDF facility, you know what the military is all about. In fact, in my village, you are made to believe that joining the disciplined forces is a sign of failure. You're not an academic giant.
Can I ask you a question, Disma? Since
as we take the break,
I like the trajectory of your question. Oh, we take a break.
You can ask then, Ama, you want us to ask Tukirudi?
No, we can come back.
Let's take a break because we need to do the news. Then when we come back, of course, we shall be focusing on that question ya city. Na kuna kitu janiambia juu ya Dede Nyoro na kina Babu Owino, lazima tutarudia. So don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Yesterday's helicopter crash in Samburu County claimed the lives of 7 people, including Ecuador's intelligence chief Michel Sensi Kontugi and his wife Stephanie Holihan. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority says the helicopter crashed at around 9:13 in the morning while flying from Loisaba Wildlife Conservancy towards Ewaso Nyiro. 5 Americans were also among those killed in the crash. The National Assembly has approved the nomination of Duncan Ojwang Oburu as the new chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. Ojwang will take over from Justice Ahmed Isaac Hassan, who left the position after his appointment as a judge of the Court of Appeal. During his vetting, Ojwang pledged to protect the rights of Kenyans and safeguard IPOA's independence as it deals with cases of police misconduct.
Honorable Speaker, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a chairperson of Independent Policing Oversight Authority, laid on the table of the House on the 18th Tuesday, August 2026, and pursuant to the provision of Article 250 2B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, this House approved the appointment of Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang as the chairperson of Independent and Policing Authority.
Director of the DCI Anti-Abductions Unit has been ordered to appear before the High Court in Machakos today over the disappearance of Mlolongo businessman Jimmy Mutava Mwanzia. Justice Noel Inziani issued the order following a petition by Mutava's family, friends, and fellow businessmen seeking answers over his whereabouts. Mutava was last seen on July 27 this year within the vicinity of Biju Hotel in Mlolongo.
Let's wait for the court decision tomorrow, or directions, as it may be, before we comment ahead or go ahead talking about the whole matter. But our aim is to see Mr. Mutafa in court, either alive or not alive, that day tomorrow.
Sisi hatujui na ndugu yetu. Hatujui ako wapi na alitoroshwa, akupotea, alipoteshwa. Alichukuliwa akapotea. Ni kitu inauma sana kabisa. So na tukiendelea kabisa tuelewe kuna Mungu ambaye wako juu yetu sisi wote. Hata kama mtu ako na mamlaka gani, Mungu ana mamlaka juu ya sisi wote.
US President Donald Trump has threatened countries that do business with Iran with what he calls tremendous economic consequences. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said he was launching what he described as the most crushing economic operation ever taken against a country. He did not provide further details or name any country, as tensions with Iran remain high following the expiry of a 60-day ceasefire. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal have agreed a £51 million deal to sign England international defender Ezri Konsa from Aston Villa. The Premier League champions are strengthening their defence with William Saliba sidelined for an extended period, while Jurrien Timber is also out with a long-term groin injury. Arsenal had considered a move for Bayer Leverkusen's Jarell Konsa but have instead opted to sign Konsa, who like Konsa can play at both centre-back and right-back. The sportsier Salim Mvurya says Talanta Stadium could host its first match as early as November or December this year. Speaking during an inspection of the facility yesterday, Mvurya said the stadium could stage opening matches ahead of the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. He said the government is working to ensure the stadium is ready to host matches before next year's continental tournament.
So we will be announcing once the scoping and agreements have been reached, and then we will be able to update you if there is any major implication on costing.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8:07. My name is Munga'la Mbuvi. Shout out to Mbogo, I see you, Wangoi, Louis, Rudasingwa, Mohamed Murunga, Diana Ngao, Morris Andati, Tony, na kuna pia Kitungu, Onyore, Alfred, Lukinsa, ama ni Lukins? Lukins anasema utawala is very cold. I thought you went to Nairobi school. I did, but these names, bona. Si kusomea nini vernacular huko.
Okay.
Kuna jamaa hapa hivi amesema in 2028 no, that's not the one. City kuna jamaa anasema hapa hivi anaitwa Morris Andati amesema the argument City is making is what I did when we went to do wash program in Marsabit under ADB funded program. We built a lot of latrines there and said people will use. Right now they have cobwebs. This was 6 years ago. And then...
Had they asked the people what they needed, or did they decide for the people that they needed toilets?
I don't know who doesn't need a toilet.
Let me buttress what CT has said. There were some clever chaps who were doing a research on food security. I think they were masters or PhD students. So if you do a desktop search, inakuonyesha kwamba Kenyans love ugali. So they went to uko Elwak Mandera uko juu.
Yes.
And they told the folks uko that as part of food strategy, you should plant maize because kila mtu Kenya anakula ugali. So those gentlemen wakaangalia wakaambia, you guys calm down. Wasema umetoka kutoka wapi? This international organization, food security. Wakaambia for them, the definition of food security is water for their camels.
Yes.
That is the definition of food security. If they want to buy maize, they can go to Kitale. Yeah, if they want to buy maize, they can go to Kitale. Wakasema sisi, from the time we were born, we don't know how to till land.
Yes.
Kupanda mahindi, kupalilia, kupanda maharagwe, kupalilia. Hapana hizo vitu sisi hatujui. Once our livestock, tunaweza zi treat vizuri, we make money, then now we can go to Kitale and buy maize.
And eat.
Yeah, and buy the maize if you want. Now, I think it's the answers to what this gentleman is talking about.
Yeah.
If you go to any environment, you must find out what are the needs, and that is the essence of public participation.
Yes.
You don't come with a parachute. You land in a place, then you come with ideas from Osocho, that are these our idea of food security. Unapeleka huko Garbatula. You'll be wasting a lot of time. That is why the constitution is very clear on public participation.
Bahali yake. Then there's another one here by Tony. Tony anasema 2028 hadi 2032 after Ruto na Rigiji wamerudiana, Ruto atasema wale mafala niliwapatia ministry ya treasury na energy badala ya kujisaidia, kazi ilikuwa kulipa guns na kufanya fujo. Ni mafala si mafala.
Wow.
Diana Ngao amesema, Mbuvi, please tell City that it does not go wrong, it starts wrong. Political parties must start by having the face of Kenya. We cannot use the playbook of the 90s today.
Allow me to respond to Diana, who I happen to know. What our laws require is for the governing body of the party, to have diversity, to have gender and representation of people who are disabled.
Yes.
That's in addition to having 1,000 registered voters as membership in, I think, more than half
more than 24
counties. Where? More than half the number of counties we have in the country. The unit that you mentioned is not governing. It is a vetting committee. Governing body ndio ile kubwa ile. National Executive Council na vitu kama hizo. So, again, it is important to read the fine print of what it is that our laws say. This is not me saying, it's what it says. Governing must have face of Kenya, that diversity, gender, making sure those who are disadvantaged physically are represented. That is what it says.
Mohamed Murunga amesema, point of correction, ODM was founded as a national party by the Pentagon. Pentagon silikuanga Ngilu, there was Najib Balala, kulikuanga na nani mwingine alikuanga?
Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, Raila.
Then of course
But what he's saying is absolutely correct. What I was saying, I started off by looking at where Raila started and how it is we got to ODM, where now many people were in it. It didn't start with having many people on board. This really was my point. My point was, he started in his own backyard and he had support. So he could say, these are the people whom I come with when we're coming to a negotiation.
Yeah.
Okay? Then, over time, as I said, other people who were in the neighboring areas joined. Other people from other places joined. What I'm trying to say is there is a progression that parties follow in this country. And if you have what we call a kingpin, the vast majority of people in that party will be from that person's region. It's not really complicated.
Aya. Luis Rudasiko amesema, interesting conversation, vintage Dismas. Wangui amesema, the parks and playgrounds have been taken up by affordable housing. Where do the people go to get sunshine or the kids to play? Mbogo amesema, our constitution is ambiguous, nefarious. Chaps like Sonko and Gachagua are barred from seeking political office, yet allowed to own parties that can win majority seats in parliament, de facto co-president. I don't think any of these guys own any political party. From my understanding, even the DCP party, nani tu amesemekana yeye ndio party leader, lakini kwa karatas nimesikia yeye si party leader. I don't know.
Movie, there's something called lifting the veil of incorporation.
Lifting the veil of what now?
Lifting the veil of incorporation.
Yes.
It's a concept in law that you can have an organization, a company set up. But if you want really to know the beneficial owner, unaona kama ile nguo ya Middle East, ile kitambaa, ile veil, ukitoa, then you get to see who is the beneficial owner.
Okay.
And you recall that at some stage we were being told that a number of government contracts and tenders are going to be allocated to women, youth, and marginalized persons in the society. Now, you'd find these powerful persons, the cartels, the cabals, they actually get young people, disabled persons, register them so that they own the company. But who is the beneficial owner? Pesa ikikuja inaenda wapi?
Okay.
So if you lift that veil of incorporation as a DCP, you will get who is the owner.
Aya. Tindis Munga'la amesema, good morning CT and Mbuvi and all the listeners. Last but not least, two more. Anthony Mola amesema, good morning beloved team. The problem I have with the president is trust issue, and I believe that's a major issue. Kitungu amesema, ask the guest, in whose hands are we safe, Nyoro or Wamunyoro? And then Tevin Amani amesema, John Yutu said the vetting committee was only for Mount Kenya defectors. Okay, some context there, if indeed it is true. Hiyo tu ni ya from the mountain. If you're defecting from Wiper, this is not your committee. In case you're coming from Kitui County, for example. if you're defecting from ODM and you come from Luya Nation, this is not your vetting committee. You'll probably be vetted by someone else. But yes, there you have it.
One of the persons ameuliza hapo Aswali, which points to the challenges you referred earlier on. Ameuliza, in whose hands are we safe?
Yes.
Nyoro or Mnyoro? We are not supposed to be safe in the hands of personalities. We are supposed to be safe in the hands of institutions or systems created by the Constitution. Our biggest challenge, and you remember that CEO who said that we are peculiar. We are so peculiar. We are told we have one of the best constitutions in the world, that we have a very progressive constitution in the world, which has got very powerful institutions, which has got very powerful systems, but we still look at personalities to say in whose hands are we safe in. And it's a tragedy we have in Kenya, that more often than not, personalities become more powerful.
Yes,
than,
but the people we
institution.
elect who are supposed to do the very thing you're saying, Dismas, who are supposed to lead the charge in informing people, in helping them shape the thinking they must have, and in helping them shape a healthy relationship with the Constitution, don't.
Do we allow them?
The moment you listen to someone, you just look at the diatribe that some people dish out, that steady diet every day. I personally really get exhausted by it. Somebody stands up, hacky the whole time they're talking about. There is no mention whatsoever of the plight of the citizens unless it is attached to an attack on someone. There is no mention whatsoever of the education system and the things that could be done right. Zero. There is no mention of the rising insecurity and the problems that we are facing because of the youth bulge. Zero. And almost the entirety of people who are talking, that seems to be the diet on which they are determined to feed people on, day in, day out.
Actually, I find that nowadays opposition is balancing. Today they will come and talk Ruto, then tomorrow they'll come and talk about insecurity. They'll come and talk about who needs to be arrested and why. And then the other day they come Tukana. So I actually find that they're balancing nowadays.
The people who say they're in the opposition in Kenya.
Yeah. Like yesterday, Akina Martha Karua were talking about ICC and the insecurity and the goonism that we're experiencing. At least they mentioned on some of the things that need to be done.
What did they say exactly?
But we read it here, City.
And did they offer solutions?
They said a couple of things. Msifanye nifungue tena.
Fungua.
Sasa, si ndio hii hapa. Karua, 2027 election must be a contest of ideas, not bullets. And then she went on to say what she thinks should happen, protection of anyone, arresting of anyone who's accountable for that particular violence, and many other things. It's a very long story. You can check it out on our website.
You know, Paul, there's some generic conversations that politicians have, which even as I listen to, I'm wondering what has this person actually just told me. Okay? This thing they're referring to as insecurity is not the problem. It is a manifestation of a problem that we have. If you look at the pictures of these goons, they are all young. All. Where do we find all these young people who are ready to go and risk their lives, or unless they don't understand it, carrying funny sticks, funny bows and arrows, carrying machetes, carrying slashers? Why are they in such large numbers, and why are they so ready to go out and do these crazy things they do? Why?
Actually, maybe to broaden the conversation.
Yes.
Do we have goons in the UK?
Yes, we do.
And in the US?
Yes, we do.
And in countries that have got low unemployment rates?
Meaning the bulk of the country are employed.
Yes.
Yeah, but not quite the way we have ours here. But if you're talking about gangs and so forth, even countries like Sweden, who are known to be peaceful and didn't have them, actually have gang problems even as we speak now. But it is not, theirs is not what we have here.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that and I don't know why we call them political goons. I don't know why we don't refer to them as criminals. In a good part, the motive is that you've got a young man seated under a mango tree for an entire week, and he's been driving on an empty stomach. Alafu anapatiwa
This mango tree doesn't have mangoes.
No, it's actually, there are no mangoes.
They're out of season.
Out of season, And then he's given ile muti ya jembe, na panga, na changa, na 500 bob. Anaambia ukiona wale
why have you left out bangi? If you're talking of changa, you're talking about a motivator, an energizer.
Yeah, plus bangi. Now let's put bangi. And let's add all the drugs. Alafu anaambia on sight of those people,
deal with them.
Yeah, deal with them. Now anaambia deal with them perpendicularly. So maybe the question we would ask ourselves is, if these so-called goons or criminals as they are, if they had any form of employment, would they actually engage in these activities?
No, they wouldn't.
And then shouldn't our politicians be very worried and concerned that on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can actually have a big audience, many people in the thousands coming to listen to your poetry, coming to listen to your poetry, where you are not offering any solutions. Because the challenge in Kenya, as it were, the biggest challenge is unemployment. And you would expect any leader, when they're addressing a rally, when they've seen that you're addressing all these guys who are unemployed, the first thing you would be offering is a solution to unemployment. But you come and you tell them one term, or you tell them 2 term, and then there's a bit of poetry, and then you live in top of the range vehicles, funded by these guys you've been addressing, or choppers. You know, a few days ago I was doing some research, and it's very surprising that if you go to a country called Japan, have you been to Japan?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, but at least you can go to Japan on Google.
Why aren't you asking me?
No, I suspect you've been to Japan.
No, I haven't.
Have you been to Japan?
No, I haven't. I just wanted to be asked a question. So that I've been
have you been to the UK?
No, I haven't been to the UK.
Okay, so now
I have.
So we live out. Okay, you know, I realize these top of the range Japanese vehicles we use in Kenya. Ukienda kuzitafuta in Tokyo, hautaiona hata moja.
Okay.
These top of the range vehicles that we use in Kenya, hizi ma V8 zinaitwaje hizo?
Land Cruiser.
Aziko huko Japan. Why?
Nissan Patrol.
They're made for export.
Aziko huko Japan. Why?
I am curious. Why?
They're made for export.
Okay.
To third world countries. I also understand these top of the range vehicles now that you're in the UK. How often do you see people driving those top of the range Range Rovers in the UK?
Akiziko.
No, how often?
Like very often.
By politicians?
Of course not. Locals.
Well,
I mean citizens wa kawaida. Akina Mora.
Akina Mora. So how come in Kenya it's only these guys who drive these top of the range vehicles, yet Mora cannot afford a meal? And these vehicles are being financed using Mora's resources. How come? And they're replaced. Is there a logic in replacing, you know, there's this thing called Retirement Benefits Acts for presidents, vice presidents.
Yes.
Is there logic in replacing those top of the range vehicles every 4 years?
I mean, if there's like right now there's a brand new Land Cruiser V8 surely. Unataka kuniambia nitaendesha ya 4 years ago na mpya imetokeza?
Actually the point he's making, your point is valid.
I'm being sarcastic, yes.
Yes, the point you make is valid, but what he's saying is, and on that you and I are in full agreement, it is actually criminal for that to be taking place when there are people who have no idea what they're going to eat today. And yet what buys those vehicles is the taxes. I mean, it is absolutely wrong. Just like it's equally wrong when you have people earning 24 million shillings a month. You can justify it. I understand all that. But in an economy that is much larger than ours, and in an economy that has structures which takes care of the indigent, and people are not able to make head or tail of life, yes, it makes sense. But when even people who work in that industry, you find the regular worker there, a CEO, somebody at the top, earns not 2 times, not 10 times, earns 100, 200 times more, there's something wrong. There's something very, very, very wrong. And we justify it. I justify it myself that, well, you know, it's the agreement they made. Something wrong with that agreement. How do you justify people earning that sort of money in a country like ours?
So now, let me ask Citi a question, not based on your passport. How do we justify maybe a retired speaker or a retired chief justice being, I don't know, I think on average it's about, they've got 24 people under the Retirement Benefits Act.
Working for them.
Yeah, working for them.
Being paid.
Yeah,
Staff that we are paying.
Yeah, gardeners, security, personal assistance,
house
office,
helps.
house helps. How do you justify that in this our economy? Would it not be prudent to give them a modest retirement benefit, which is alive or sensitive to the rest of the economy? Now, the reason I'm bringing this conversation is the people who are supposed to offer the leadership at the National Assembly or Senate, they come up with pieces of legislation which are sensitive to their interests and not to the ordinary mwananchi.
Yeah.
And in my view, we should get an active citizen to go and challenge the Retirement Benefits Act. Because the kind of perks these people are offered, in my view, it's obscene. In the context of what is happening in the economy today. Now, if you're a politician and you are happy to pay people money, you convert them into criminals, and you give them instructions that on sight kill or maim, why should you be given political leadership? It means you do not value human life. And on this issue of Homa Bay, every Kenyan has got valid expectation that the Inspector General of Police is going to do investigation so that guys are brought to book. Because you cannot have people killing, destroying lives and properties on account of political competition. If we do not control it, there's a very high probability that the next year's elections are going to be compromised.
What are Ndindi Nyoro's chances in Kiharu right now, considering what is happening, his new party, people labeling him as a traitor? He wasn't there during the impeachment of DP Gachagua, but he voted for the 2024 finance bill that saw a lot of people die in its aftermath, and then he wasn't there again juzi kwa finance bill ya this year. That conversation, I'm sure you have seen it.
That saying, I don't know, there's a saying or a proverb in English which says hook, line, and sinker.
Yes.
Now, Mount Kenya has taken the information as delivered by Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, hook, line, and sinker. There's a very high probability that Mr. Ndindi Nyoro, if he runs for parliament, he can actually lose his parliamentary position.
Okay.
That probability does exist.
Especially if his opponent is in DCP.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a fella who is planning to run for MP for Kiaru
on a DCP
ticket, and right now he's doing press-ups. And there is no better way of Mr. Rigathi Gachagua pronouncing himself as the de facto Mount Kenya ruler than ensuring that everybody who does not run on a DCP is walloped, given a thorough beating.
Yes.
That is why you have to give a pat on the back. Courageous politicians like Kiunjuri or Munya or JB Muturi.
Yes.
Because they're trying to stand and face the turbulence.
Yes.
Mr. Rigathi Gachagua has got the gift of gab. And because he's a student of literature and political science, he has been trained to address audiences from the time he was 21, 22 when he became a DO. But then, the most effective communicators in Kenya are people who have served in the provincial administration. Because they're trained how to address barazas, how to address people. I mean, just go back, start with maybe Mr. Simon Yachai, look at Mishuki, look at Natembeya. Anybody who has served in the provincial administration, especially during the Moi time, effective communicators. They know, they can easily become snake oil salesmen because they know how to engage in manipulative communication. While akonele Mbuvi ya Kirauni hapa hivi, but they know how to convince people.
Okay.
And Rigathi Gachagua is doing an amazing job. In fact, I suspect people regret. The people who told President Ruto that you need to kick out Rigathi Gachagua, they regret. Because if Mr. Rigathi Gachagua was still deputy president, there's a very high probability that we wouldn't be having a DCP. Although, as some said, you are told that the mountain had already moved.
Yes.
But there's a very high probability that President Ruto wouldn't be facing this kind of turbulence. And I suspect that many politicians in Kenya today who envy Rigathi Gachagua. You remember he was given a lemon and he converted it into a lemonade. He's got an amazing political capital.
Yes.
All these guys you see running his reputation through the mud, they actually envy him. Because just imagine you've been impeached on account of your maybe personal differences with the appointing authority, but you actually nationalize your issues.
Yeah.
And then you tell people I'm going to use 2027
to teach this guy a lesson.
To score, to settle personal scores. But you invite everybody to become a shareholder in this mission till they've got more insurable interest than you. Because if you go to parts of the mountain right now, wanasema kwamba we were impeached.
Yes.
It's not that Rigathi was impeached. We were impeached. Yeah. We were betrayed.
Tulikuwa betrayed.
Yeah, we were betrayed. And we are not, yeah, and we are not in government. We are not in government.
You know, therein lies the false statement, meaning this gentleman who was the immediate deputy president, him alone represented the government. And the other 8 CSs and God knows 18 PSs, those ones don't
They don't exist. They're not in the matrix. They're not in the radar.
Is that then not a false statement?
But who has got capacity in Mount Kenya to correct him?
No. I'm not seeking to correct. I am merely seeking to point out. You see...
But walitoa Rigathi. Rigathi ndiye alikuwaga serikali.
Yes, I understand all that. But it brings me to a point about the voting population of this country and the preferences that they have. There's a history of the voting population making decisions which they regret immediately after they've made them and actioned them.
What has remorse?
Yes. The immediate former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, in the BBI sought to bring not just a discussion and a debate, but to actualize the 1 person, 1 shilling, meaning taking advantage of the population that Central Kenya has to ensure that we tinker with our constitution and create a system where we allow for more constituencies within the law, because constituencies, boundaries, they're determined by populations. That's how our law is constructed. But it was rejected. Now, what I find strange is this. If you want to increase the number of constituencies in the country based on the population increase, which is a reality, and there's a region that has very many people, and by virtue of the many people, you find that the representation isn't representative in terms of just the number of people that one particular person represents. You could find 3 people ought to represent that particular region. And they want to give you 40, probably to 60 new seats. How it was lost on that voting population. That automatically means that whether you have a presidential system or a parliamentary system, you are a region that everybody has to consult if they want to be in a position of high office. There's no choice. They have to. Because the number of members of parliament that you will have are many. Now, that is something that would last for posterity, but you ignore that and you tell the fellow, take the so-called roads he has built and take them to Gantudu. That's the voter speaking. That's the voter speaking. Emotionally, because they felt, one, there was narrative of William Ruto having been wronged. There were many narratives to justify. The emotions led the charge, then the logic came to explain the emotions. This is a reverse of that. But it's the same emotions coming into play. Somebody has been unfairly treated. And it points to the president. Yet, when I read the papers, on many occasions, I heard the president saying, these members of parliament have come to me on two separate occasions. They want to impeach this fellow. And I've said, no, I'm not going to be party to it. He said it. Whether it's true or not, that is somebody to decide. But the conversation is that he didn't want this person who he himself had chosen. So what could possibly have gone wrong? And the voting, it is justified by saying people were paid to vote. I don't know that they were paid or not. That money exchanges hands, we've had many people confirming that indeed money exchanges hands. So what am I saying? The voting public sometimes cuts their own nose to spite their faces. They take steps that at the time emotionally satisfying, and immediately they take that step. The reality dawns on them, but you can't really engage reverse gears on that particular thing once you've taken it.
Voters' remorse.
Someone else, Babu, what are his chances of becoming governor of Nairobi?
Again, at Nairobi school, you must have been told there are patience. But at that time, we'll test the patience of our host.
Okay.
There's a very high probability that Adi remained cool and calm and collected within ODM during Baba's time, then probably right now would be considered as the ODM candidate for Nairobi, and that would immediately give him a leg up in the race. But a few days ago, you saw Nairobi Governor Sakaja saying that he's entertaining the idea of defecting to ODM and running on an ODM ticket. Now, if Sakaja is the ODM candidate, and then depending on who DCP proposes as their candidate for Nairobi governor,
yes,
it substantially increases Sakaja's probability of getting another term. Yeah, that is the...
What if Babu runs on a Linda Mwananchi ticket?
What is actually Linda Mwananchi?
As far as we're concerned, let's assume, for the sake of this argument, it's a political party. It's called Linda Mwananchi. Forget the drama they have as far as ORPP is concerned. Linda Mwananchi ticket. Does he have a chance?
Let's go to, when I was coming in, you were describing, saying that people should not talk in generalities. As we speak right now, Linda Mwananchi is made up of a few members from ODM.
Yes.
A few members from Wiper. A number of people who are leaning towards Jubilee. I can bet my grandmother's cow in Mosocho.
Does she have a cow?
Yeah, actually, top of the range cow, pedigree.
Yeah. And how many are there?
One.
And does she know that you are actually...
I'm about to bet it.
I'm sure she's watching. And she's saying, hey,
But please continue.
Yeah. For instance, Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka's troops within Linda Mwananchi.
Yes.
At the right time, when a decision has to be taken on who is going to become a Nairobi governor,
yes,
or if he wants them back, at the flick of his fingers,
yes,
all of them will go back to Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka and take instructions.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you've raised a very fundamental point, and I think you're probably studying political science masters.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We have tier 1 politicians in Kenya.
Okay.
The tier 1 politicians in Kenya have got a lion's influence over the conduct of business in the entire country. And in my view, it was the biggest loss so far for President William Samoei Ruto is Aisha Juma. When Aisha Juma saw that there's Munga'la and she doesn't stand a chance in the race for governor, she made her cry. And then Wiper landed at her residence and said, come, we'll give you a Wiper ticket.
Yes.
Do you know with that, the opposition has got a very strong entry
into Coast.
Into Coast, yeah. And the probability of Aisha Juma winning is extremely high. Unajua kuna ulimi ambao umewekwa asali. Akipatiwa microphone aanze kuongea, zile vitu zenye anasema, watu wanashtuka. You remember a few days ago, Duale attacked her? You remember what she said?
What did she say?
Alisema wewe ndio ulikuwa unaniambia siri za Rais Ruto. Duale said that when they sit at the cabinet, she's unable to understand, to read the minutes.
Yeah.
Then she said, okay, calm down. Wewe tukiongea na wewe unaniambia siri, umesema sijui rais amefanya hivi. Na ile ulimi yake ako nayo, she can be vicious.
Right.
That is a big win.
Yeah, it's something women have, eh?
No, Aisha Juma is special.
Yeah. But I'm saying generally, yake of course iko pale juu. But women, naturally, hiyo limu wako nayo.
And then there's another one called Kate Waruguru from Mlima. Hata ile ulimi yako nayo, akianza kuongea, you sit back unasema, Allah.
It slices.
Yeah. So now coming back to Nairobi, the people who are likely to determine who is going to be the next governor for Nairobi,
yes,
are the tier 1 politicians.
Okay.
Not you and I. You and I will endorse a decision taken by the tier 1 politicians.
Okay.
Why must we endorse it?
Even if you don't want to endorse it, you will de facto endorse it, because if you think they're going to be party primaries, which are going to be free, fair, and credible,
forget
about it. There was a conversation last night, and people were talking about ODM, and a number of MPs admitted that Mr. Raila Odinga looked at them and he said, "Patia huyu ticket, patia huyu."
End of story.
Story measure. It's still going to exist in the coming elections.
In which party? ODM?
Now, ODM now, with the exit of Mr. Raila Odinga, I think for the first time, you're going to have, if at all, free, fair, and party primaries.
Are you trying to say that Dr. Oburu can't say patia huyu?
No. Oh, well, he can say
patia huyu. Unasema hiyo hakuna?
No, you can say it, but who's going to adhere to it?
Say power.
Now, Mbuvi, you may be surprised to learn that if Dr. Oburu decides to run for
Deputy
Senate,
President.
for Senate,
Oh, sorry.
in Siaya, probability of winning that position is heavily compromised. The only person within ODM who had that power, the glue holding ODM together, who exercised, there is this philosophy, the pleasure and pain principle. Pleasure and pain principle.
Okay.
It's only Mr. Raila Odinga who had capacity within ODM to inflict pain
and pleasure
at the same time. If you dance to his drum beats, your political capital grows, you end up becoming a chairman of a parliamentary committee. And if you decide to be a rebel, you're going to be punished. If you doubt, go ask James Orengo. At some stage, he decided to work with Charity Ngilu against the wishes of Mr. Raila Odinga. He came back to kiss the king's ring. Go ask Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. He decided to be a rebel. He had to come back to kiss the king's ring. Right now, within the ODM framework, there's nobody with that capacity. That is the reason why I'm saying now for ODM Nairobi, I've seen the kind of conversations they're having. Probability of Sakaja getting the ticket is extremely high. And Babu remained patient kidogo. You'd probably be the candidate. Because, unfortunately...
Why do you think that Governor Sakaja has a high chance of retaining his seat?
Unfortunately, all of us, majority of Kenyans, are victims of our tribal kingpins.
Victims?
Yes.
Why?
We are held hostage.
By
our tribal kingpins.
How?
The tier 1 folks.
The tier 1 politicians, yes. Yes.
How are we held captive?
Their word is almost always low. Well, there's a good part of the middle class who flip the bird.
Unajua city anasa wengi that yeye ni yeye peke yake. Na kuna Wakenya wengine 58 million. But anyway, proceed.
I mean, if you want to see the impact of tier 1 politicians, just go to Mulima.
Yes.
Whatever Rigijit says today is as good as low.
True.
In
that region.
Yeah. Even to the extent of daring the law enforcement officers. Mnajua mahali penye niko kuja mnishike. Do you think a normal Kenyan can say that?
You can try it now. Let's see.
I don't have capacity to try that. Yes. So the tier 1 politicians are the ones who are going to determine who is going to be governor for Nairobi.
All right. Someone else. Edwin Sifuna. His chances within the opposition of even being a running mate or the presidential candidate for that matter?
Well, I think probability of him being a running mate of a tier 1 politician is extremely high. And there are conversations, not so quiet, that is being considered to be Kalonzo Musyoka as a running mate. But as a presidential candidate, that will be a tall order.
Why? Why is it a tall order?
The conversations I've had below the radar, and these are people who claim to be informed and...
Are they these people we refer to as members of the middle class?
People like Mbuvi who are told that affordable housing is the middle of nowhere, and they take it to the bank. They say that he has not demonstrated leadership credentials.
Okay.
That outside representation.
I'm interested in this grapevine of yours.
It's from Embu.
Okay.
But this conversation is not from nowhere. That he has not demonstrated leadership credentials.
Okay.
The conversation is that Hajaiva, and the conversation goes that...
What on earth do they mean Hajaiva?
Yani, he hajafika...
You use the example of a mango that you may be used to.
So the mango is still green. It hasn't ripened to the red, yellow color.
At what point is an individual ripe to take a leadership position?
Perhaps if he's lucky enough to be a deputy president now, after 10 years he can tell guys, si nilikuanga deputy wa Matiang'i, sasa nipatieni hii kitu.
You know, that is just about the most retrogressive thinking I've ever come across.
Yeah. Again, City, you know you're you. You're you. There are people out here, if you have this conversation, unfortunately, that is the conversation.
And what are they basing these opinions they have on? Because vying for a presidency does not necessarily mean that you will win.
They will say he has been a one-time senator, he tried it huko ushago akaanguka, hapa tu ndio anapiga kelele ndio, but what policy does he have for this country? So those are questions even I would ask anyway.
all these people who are in the so-called united opposition, what policy do they have for the country?
You can say Matiang'i has been a CS for 10 years. You can say Kalonzo was a VP and a minister for very many years. You can pick out someone like Maraga and say he has been CJ, head of the judiciary, and so you can base his track record on that. You can pick out someone like who else? Martha Karua. She has been minister. She has been
Wajakoya
MP. Wajakoya hapo kwa Wajakoya tungoje kidogo. But Wajakoya hajatokezea bado kusema anataka kiti cha uraisi. We're looking at those folks in the united opposition. So that is what I am basing this argument on.
You know, the thing about being a presidential candidate is you get publicity that nothing else can get you. People will know who you are, even those who didn't want to or don't know. They will get to know who you are. So if you talk about a maturation process and you think it comes with being someone's deputy, that is definitely one path. But if there's a groundswell that seems to support you, you think this logic that we're applying in this studio is what they're going to apply when it comes to voting for an individual?
No.
We don't vote like that.
Oh. Out there, city people vote on very many lines. There are those ones of the slogan. There are those ones who will vote because of Mutuwetu syndrome. But there are communities that do not have someone at the forefront running for president. And they will choose according to maybe what their area says or what someone they prefer has said. Maybe there's a leader they're looking up to, and when that leader tells them, let's give Mokwa that seat, then they'll vote for Mokwa.
Every community has a leader of some sort whom they look for.
Wamasai wako na presidential candidate mgani?
No. I'm saying one thing and you're saying another.
No, mimi naongea juu ya presidency.
I am saying that the issue of the presidency emanates from a leadership position. If you don't have any leadership position, leadership is not you deciding because I was elected, I'm a leader. No. You can't be a leader if you don't have followers. Okay? By every account that I can see, one, Senator Sifuna has a following. Whether it will last beyond this month or the next month or next year, I don't know. But he has we're talking about the here now. He has a following. Okay? Whether these people are all registered voters and whether they have IDs, that's a different discussion. But he has followers. You can see where he starts from. Okay? And the groundswell isn't dimming. It is increasing when he goes out. And he seems to be welcomed in the places he goes to. What I'm saying is, if you have such a groundswell, it represents an opportunity. So why do you want to be somebody's deputy? Why not just go for the seat yourself?
But it's about the winning formula. Ama mimi ndio naelewa siasa vibaya.
No.
Unaelewa vizuri.
Unaelewa vizuri sana. The winning formula is the discussion that we always have, and then people do the arithmetic. You know, as we have 8 million voters, we have... No.
But
that, my friend, is just a part of the conversation. If you're talking numbers, then have an honest conversation about numbers. Start with, what is the voting population in that region? Of that population, how many have registered as voters? What percentage are they of that particular voting population? And do that to all these areas. And then ask yourself, if one area has already a capacity of 89 registered voters, and when they voted 80%.
You mean 89%?
Yes. That's what I meant.
Yes.
Kwani, what did you hear me say?
You said 89 registered voters.
Yes.
87 plus 1.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, and somebody has, say, X number of voters, and of those who've registered, only 50%. This person has a bigger capacity to get more people to actually be engaged in that process than the other person. But then again, some regions have very many people. So when you're talking percentage, the numbers that those percentages represent are a very large number of people. Now, the discussion about numbers has to go that way. We had a discussion about numbers when Mutai Ngunyi came up with this phrase of trillion of numbers. Man, my. That thing was as real and as realistic as the fifth leg of a donkey.
Yes. I mean, nilikuwa na swali. Wamasai wanavotingi direction gani, by the way?
They're democratic.
They're very democratic.
Okay.
They're
but
democratic.
In most parts, they identified with Mr. Raila Odinga.
Okay.
What City Muga says needs to be looked at from an international perspective. The gentleman who was running against the president of Zambia was attracting huge crowds in the copper belt areas, within the urban areas and the countryside. Understand his rallies were...
That is the whole country then?
Yeah. I'm saying, his rallies were packed to the rafters.
Okay.
And understand people said, this President HH is going to be a one-term till the IBC declared a winner. So, of course, now there are conversations that maybe the election was not free, fair, nor credible. But this gentleman now is said to be a two-term president.
I actually read somewhere the polls. They actually favored President Hichilema at the time. But yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you go to Olkalau during the UDA campaigns, I mean, you saw those rallies by UDA. Packed to capacity. Folks were mobilized. Ataka walikuwa wanakujia gas, but they were branded and they were singing UDA. So one would have expected the UDA candidates to hit all the high notes. Look at the rallies for Mr. Raila Odinga when he was being taken to Murima.
Yes.
I don't know whether or not he was given good shoes and matching paraphernalia. But the rallies again were packed to the rafters. But those people, did they actually vote? Now, sometimes, especially in the countryside, and these are tricks that you're going to use when you decide to run for MP, do not attempt to call a rally kwa stadium. Ati watu wakuja kwa stadium. No. Just identify the market day. Then go with hizi gari tumesema kutoka UK, hizo Range Rover.
Land Cruiser.
Na hizo Land Cruiser mingi. One with a very powerful public address system and have some little money on you.
Okay.
50 bobs. Yeah, so market day.
You have a ready crowd.
Market day. Have you not noticed that most of these politicians, they don't call for rallies in a stadium?
They are very wise not to.
Yeah. You go to, like in my place, when I want to run for MP, there's a place called Rajambili. We have a market every Monday and Thursday.
And it's a very vibrant market.
Yeah. So mimi nikienda huko Monday ama Thursday, and then I've got my ground mobilization to peana t-shirt kama seme 200 hivi.
Very good. You're in number mzuri.
Yeah, and then I get easy vitu you guys watu wa AI is my drone. Ka drone kanapika picha kutoka huko.
Yes.
Man, it will be a big crowd. You will not see people selling tomatoes. They will not be visible. And then you will say Dismas has got a huge crowd. Then I get a few guys with good vocals to say Dismas peke yake. I mean, the impression I'll have created, they used to go to some restaurants in town for lunch.
And the restaurant is called Ranalo.
Yes. The place is packed to the rafters. Paka akikula lunch leo aende, the following day there's somebody atakuja ulize manager, Raila alikaa kiti gani? Alikuwa amekaa kona gani? Hapo ndio mimi nakaa. Na alikula nini? Adola, ugali ya brown na managu. Pia mimi nilete hiyo. And then you take photos, unaweka kwa social media, having lunch, where Raila alikula lunch and where he sat. That alone can give you bonga points. You can even get a nomination to run for political office.
In which part of the country?
Kuna mtu hapa amesema, this is Kitungu Mbuvi. Ask the guest to value place Linda Mwananchi in Kenya politics. Have you understood that question?
Yes, I have. This must have you understood the question?
Value place Linda Mwananchi in Kenyan politics. Like,
wait it.
Is it a tier 1 party, tier 1 movement?
The Linda Mwananchi has got some powerful politicians, including my senator, Mr. Richard Onyonka. But if they want to demonstrate they're really interested in this matter, then they must form a political party. Then when you form a political party, that is when you will see if the rubber is meeting the road. When you form a political party and people start defecting,
yes,
you see now like DCP.
Yeah.
Even so, the other day a gentleman called Gigi Kagombe. Ameenda ametoa picha ya president, amesema mimi naingia hapa hivyo. That is when you will know that this Linda Mwananchi is actually a serious political movement or outfit that has attracted people's interest. Because Kenyan politicians are very sharp, yeah? Probably some of the sharpest people. Wanajua kusoma ground. So if they feel Linda Mwananchi is going to give them or rather guarantee or increase probability of election or re-election, they'll go there in truckloads. That is why people defect. And ikifika mwezi wa pili next year, you're going to see mass defections. People will be moving from one party to another. you can bet your head there are many people within the administration serving as cabinet secretaries, as principal secretaries, who have already booked a slot at DCP,
Linda Mwananchi and the rest.
Yeah, and then the others who were at the news conference at Amosa yesterday, who are going to move and work with President Ruto. The thing is that our politicians, they know how to pursue their selfish interests to the hilt, and they mislead Kenyans into believing that they're actually pursuing our interests.
Yeah.
If you're pursuing your selfish interest, just declare it. Like this lady, Darlene Graham, indicated, that means it to CLAW. If that was not the case, then you would be having people like Professor Ole Kiapi in leadership positions.
Okay. So tunasema kwa sasa Sifuna atulie tu na second fiddle.
Convert Linda Mwananchi to a political party and tell those Wiper members in Linda Mwananchi to tell Kalonzo Musyoka it was nice doing business. Sasa tumeingia kwa hii chama. Ambia wale watu wa ODM starting with kina Karoli Omondi kwamba say it was nice doing business with ODM, ingia kwa hii chama. Then at that stage we'll know that they're ready to hit the ground running. But again, it would be very naive for anybody to underestimate Wetangula in Western Kenya. Have you not noticed that whichever side he plays for will always win? Well, there was a disputed elections, but probability
only one disputed election.
Several of them.
But probability of winning when you have Wetangula on your side is very high. And you remember during the last elections, you remember the earthquake moment when Musalia Mudavadi said that we are going to work with then Deputy President Ruto. It's reconfigured the entire Kenyan political space. So, tena mwezi wa pili, there's going to be a lot of reconfiguration and recalibration. So, in my view, anybody wants to understand the Kenyan politician, don't bother to look at political parties. Look at the tier 1 politicians.
Unataka kusema Wetangula anaongeza political capital kwa hii kitu inaitwa Kenya Kwanza Gava.
The main players at Kenya Kwanza is the president himself. Then you have Musalia Mudavadi. Then you have Wetangula. Then, of course, there are other... I mean, I may be sounding...
So where exactly does Wetangula have this power that you speak of?
You know, for you to become president of the Republic of Kenya, 50% plus one, and then at least 24 counties. The last year's election, and this is something which is attributed to Maliba, who says, in fact, that the presidential elections were won and lost in Western Kenya. And you remember people say that Mr. Raila Odinga mistreated both Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi.
How did he mistreat them exactly?
You recall Wetangula, when he was being kicked out of a leadership position, he said that there's something is going to be messy and there are going to be many casualties. So in other words, having these two people in your team, Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, substantially increases probability of you winning. But in their absence, then you're going to be in trouble.
Wait a moment.
And every Kenyan aspires to be a tier 1 politician.
My question to you is a simple one. The influence that the current Speaker of the National Assembly has, where exactly is this influence?
Si uko kwa ni Bungoma ama ni wapi? Si ni ama sinakuanga ni Bungoma.
You are a comedian in Nairobi school. I think it's a school of many talents.
Actually nilikuanga comedian huko, but yake si ni Bungoma. He was senator for Bungoma.
You know, the moment you have a region...
He won.
The moment you have a region that divides its votes into three. Ford Kenya, that party of Wamalwas.
ANC.
ANC, no. ANC was more of a Maragoli political party.
And
then ODM also had a say. So you remove the equation of ODM. You go to Trans Nzoia, which technically is in the Rift Valley, but
it's considered to be in Western.
Yes, exactly, because of the population of people who are there. So, again, one Mr. Natembeya holds sway, and he has a voting bloc that supports him.
Does he?
Yes, he does. How did he end up being governor if he didn't have one?
Okay.
So
he has a say.
Are you saying that... Because I know Natembeya has some say as far as that politics of that area is concerned.
What happened to the Tower movement?
I believe it's still there.
Okay.
It's just not as vibrant as it was before. But I believe it's still there.
What happened to the vibrancy?
See, now they have paved way for Sifuna. Mbona tupige kelele na tunaweza piga kelele hapa ndani. Mbona nipige kelele kwa dirisha.
Let me answer you directly. It went the way that many such movements go. You see, you can kickstart it and it seems to be moving because it's going downhill. The moment it reaches a point where it now starts climbing, where the real test begins, and that's where you're asking. The real test has begun. Where is it? And it's a valid question you're asking. All I am saying is this. The people of Bungoma, the Bukusu, don't actually have what you can call one kingpin. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. They do not have an undisputed kingpin. Because to be a kingpin, you're undisputed.
Hakuna mwingine ni wewe.
Yes. That is not the case.
Okay.
Do you have a kingpin in
our region? Naonanga watu wakisema ni Kalonzo. Sasa, last question as we finish this convo. Kithure Kindiki, the professor of law, where do you place him in this arithmetic?
Once I got a similar question.
Nikuongeze maji?
No, kawa. No, I'm okay. You know, once I got a question, nikaulizwa, there's a Chief Justice retired, emeritus, Maraga stand a chance at being president. I said to the audience that he should explore possibilities of enjoying his pension as a Chief Justice. Because he's an aspirational leader. He comes in and he says that since he participated in the qualification of a presidential election, then he deserves to be president.
But he did.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And we should consider it.
Yeah, so on account of doing his job as a judge of being in a panel that has nullified a presidential election, gives you the gravitas to run for president and become president of the nation.
No one else has done it.
Yeah, so probability of him becoming a president is almost zero.
Okay.
Now,
hey, bro, you've arrived at that conclusion how?
Yeah, very fast. Then Professor Kithure Kindiki needs to sit back and explore his options, because I understand there's efforts to split the mountain into two parts, and there's a political party called ODM. Their party leader wants power. He has said mambo ya president hiyo hatutaki hiyo, lakini kuanzia DP kuja hapa chini tutakuja kungangana. And when it comes to taking political decisions, politicians will pursue their selfish interests. And nobody should be surprised if President Ruto decides to have another running mate, or rather, sorry, to have a running mate who is not Kithure Kindiki.
Do you have a name for that other person?
No, I don't.
All right. Dismas, thank you so much.
Asante.
Umekubali mwaliko wetu na tumeshukuru sana, and we wish you all the best. Umesema unataka kiti gani tena?
Bana mimi nataka kuwa chairman wa Cattle Dip.
Sawa. But thank you very much. This has been an enthralling conversation.
Asante sana.
And we hope to see you again soon.
At the flick of your fingers. Ukifanya hivi
utakuwa hapa. Umeshasema.
Like a magician.
Do stand by, because we are hosting Advice Mundalo next. Right now though, let's get into the news.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A 32-year-old man has been sentenced to 30 years in prison for trafficking and defiling a 16-year-old girl in Kilifi. Kilifi Chief Magistrate Charles Obulutsa convicted Godfrey Member on charges of defilement and trafficking in persons. The court heard that Member met the girl at a church in Mavueni, where he groomed her before persuading her to leave home with his 2 children. He later took the girl and children to Mombasa, where he harbored and sexually exploited her. The case came to light after the girl's family reported her missing, while her father received text messages demanding money for her return. Member was later traced and arrested by DCI officers in Mombasa. The girl and the children were rescued. Political risk analyst Dismas Mukua has challenged Kenyans to scrutinize the performance and competence of elected leaders rather than judging them solely by their political positions. Mukua argues that many politicians treat public office as a fact of production instead of prioritizing the public interest. He said voters should distinguish between representation and leadership while demanding meritocracy and proven track records from political leaders.
Majority of them excel in representation. You know, there's a big difference between representation and leadership. So most of them excel in representation. But when it comes to leadership, they've got these challenges. And I'm not going to tire, even if now I'm branded, that if we do not place a premium on meritocracy, if you do not place a premium on meritocracy, then we are going to be in big trouble. Yeah. You remember when President Ruto spoke about Vision 2060?
Yes.
Immediately, we were thrown into a spirit of polarization. And it's a well-known fact that polarization leads to horrible policies. Because when he said, let's look at Beyond Vision 2030, Mr. Gachagua left alone to Mount Kenya and he said, forget about that. So if the national conversation is going to take place, what happens to people from Mount Kenya who take Mr. Gashagua's word to the bank? They're not going to participate in this thing.
For sure.
It means that their views are not going to inform where you want to go in the next 20 or 30 years.
The State Department of Trade is under scrutiny over spending at least 1 million shillings on photocopying paper for the office of the Cabinet Secretary. The National Assembly Public Accounts Committee questioned Trade Principal Secretary Regina Ombam over value for money in the purchase of furniture, stationery, air ticket for the CS office. The committee is seeking explanation on how the funds were spent and whether the department received value for money.
They forgot that they gave the auditor the 69 one. Because where is that figure coming from, the 70 million? And here it's 69 million.
I don't understand, Chair, how such an error can be committed, because it should have been detected by the examiner before that voucher even moves for signing to the accountant. If it misses the examination stage, then the internal auditor should have detected it, because it looks at the voucher before it is paid.
It was not brought to my attention. When you say you want to change the report and the audit queries are here, you know, you have repeated that statement now 3 times. Yes.
At least 8 people have been killed and 33 others injured after overnight Russian missile strikes hit Ukraine's capital Kyiv and the surrounding region. Ukrainian authorities say apartment blocks, warehouses, a children's hospital and a school were among the sites hit in the massive attack. Rescue teams are searching through the rubble for survivors, with 2 people already pulled from the debris. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 9:09, 9:09. My name is Munga'la Mbuvi. And in studio, our guest has arrived, Mundalo Advice. Poleni. He's a communications strategist and the MD of 2 Cents Leadership Institute. You know? Yeah. Hey, bwana. Kuna kakitu kameingia kwa nini uko vyo kame fly. But yes, nice to have you Advice here with us today.
Thank you for inviting me once again. It's been a minute.
I want to understand. Unajua mimi nashinanga nikisema tu MD Two Cents Leadership Institute. What do you guys do here?
We do at Two Cents Leadership Institute. We basically do leadership training and communication consultancy. So we train a lot of people in the parastatals, in the corporate sector, and also in the political space.
Okay.
In terms of strategy, building people's strategy, the communication strategy, and also training people on different elements, public speaking, emotional intelligence, and most of the things as guided by the institution, because most of the time, institutions themselves know what they would really want. So you see those... I think Radio Generation, apart from inviting me here, they should become my clients.
Why not?
That when you people are tired and now you are doing your capacity building, I can always be very instrumental in trying to repackage and rebuilding your people.
Okay.
Especially because all of us now belong to the communication space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tukimaliza hapa, I will introduce you to someone.
Yes.
Akwambia kama hiyo budget iko. Now, Siti atakupatia methali. Then from there, we get into our conversation.
Sure enough.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the state of Libya. Like the sparrow, he wanted to imitate the pigeon's walk, but lost his own.
Quite a good one. I think my interpretation of that is very simple. Be you. Stick to your path. It's the right path.
Bas.
Yeah.
Usianze kufanya vitu zingine zenye hata uelewi.
Hapana. Just be you. Stick to your path. It is actually the right path. I think it works well for my brother Ndindi Nyoro.
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of Ndindi Nyoro, I have seen a lot of these things happen. You know, tulienda na jamaa KU pamoja.
Yes.
Graduated the same year.
Yes.
Buddy, I campaigned for him actually even in KU because he was Secretary General.
Yes.
But I have always been an ardent follower and I love what he has done politically.
Yes.
But lately bana nimeanza kujiuliza maswali mengi sana and I believe other Kenyans are saying the same thing, are asking rather the same things.
Yes.
What's not happening? It looks like he's losing that political capital that he had.
Yeah, it's because of inconsistencies. People generally do not like an inconsistent leader. And people generally do not like it when they can't place you. Yeah, and I think his biggest problem is that he spread himself too much. He wanted to have his cake and eat it at the same time. And he wanted to prove to the country that he's very, very intelligent and he can even be more intelligent than all of us. And I think that is where his rubber met the road because he fashioned himself as this serious economist who understands everything economy. In fact, at some point, he started teaching us where to invest and how to invest.
And he still does it, by the way.
Yes. And now when you raise your bar that high, people judge you according to the bar that you've actually given unto them. And now the rubber meets the road when they come to the voting of the finance bill. And after you over 10 press conferences critique, you fail to vote. They start feeling like,
wait a minute. He voted in the 24 one.
Then I'm even coming there.
Okay.
Then now when they fail to see you vote, they start feeling like, no, someone is taking them for a ride. And then when you move backwards, you realize at the height of the Gen Z crisis, he was the chair of the budget committee.
Yes.
And instead of maybe telling the young people that, you know what, I think I was wrong on this one. It is, I always say that the truth is the best form of PR.
True.
So instead of coming out and saying, probably I changed my mind, I think this was not right, it's better than acting smart. So when he moves forward and he's now no longer the chair of budget committee, he critiques the budget committee as though he was never there. And most of the things he criticizes, he fails to remember that even if our intelligence might not be up to 50%, we can remember that some of those things you are the one who brought them.
Yes.
So when you start telling the people that 16% VAT on fuel is disastrous, we have been here and some people can actually remember that the person who introduced the 16% was actually yourself in parliament and you put up a defense to it. So when people start having those kind of double speak and double standards, they start failing to take you seriously because you can't be the same person who told them that I remember when we worked with him in Jubilee and he had everything wrong to say about President Uhuru Kenyatta and at that time President Ruto was the best after sliced bread. Then now he moves this other side and again now he is bad and most of the time people are able to feel like how do these leaders always become bad when you lose your position? But when you are in position, these leaders are very good. So people are able to start getting to a point and feeling like, no, wait a minute, this is your personal interest and this is political, just pure political expediency. And political expediency is not bad. Only when, only when you come out openly and make people understand that your decision is pegged on nothing more than just expediency. Like Honorable Irungu Kangata. He's able to say, remember when he left Jubilee, he simply said, my region wants UDA. He didn't scat around the bush to start saying he has discovered that this one is not working and all that. No. Yeah, he just said, we are good, but these people want this, and I want to win election.
Yeah.
And people, they will understand you better. Even this one.
UDA is no longer popular.
Yeah, he has just said, UDA is not the problem, but these people, I think they he even tried Linda Mwananchi. He said, no, it's not working. And so for that one, whereas the reason is pedestrian, but just because you've been honest, you are judged better than the one who tries to be too smart for the people.
You're right, because after that, I mean, what else do you have to say about it?
Yeah.
What else? You can't poke holes.
You can't.
That guy has just been honest.
He has been honest.
I have no problem with the president, and I have no problem with the party.
Yeah.
My people don't want the party.
Exactly.
I want their votes.
Exactly.
Simple. Next question.
Exactly. That's why I said the truth is the best form of PR. There is always a limit to where pretending to be intelligent will actually get you. And I think that is what is the biggest problem with Ndindi. That's why today he has to keep fighting that tag, because he keeps making the country believe that he's too intelligent for them. Now that cannot be able to work, because people will see through it.
Which part of the country does he attempt to make believe that he's intelligent? I mean, you're saying this thing that he does that would then create the idea that he is seeking to put forward the assertion that he's intelligent. What is it?
But that guy has an advice on everything. But anyway,
you've actually put it very right. He has come out in the world of economics and fashioned himself as the best economics that has ever lived. He has a correction for everyone, and the correction comes in a dismissive attitude. You have a CS Treasury at the caliber of Mbadi, who is a CPAK, an accountant for that matter. When you are talking to a person of that caliber and credential, when you are offering your alternative, you also offer it with a bit of respect. Yeah? But he comes and wants to fashion Mbadi to look like he does not know what he's doing. Now, that is an attempt to make yourself look like you're more intelligent than everyone else. Then when he is no longer chair of the budget committee, you look at the way he kept insisting that the budget committee is wrong, the sale of the sale of the Safaricom shares, and how the shares, he understands the share world more than everyone else because he's the biggest shareholder of KPLC. Only for him to be asked by the committee, and they said, okay, fine, we have accepted your intelligence. Now come and give us the alternative better price.
Different pricing model.
Yeah, because he kept saying we can sell these at a better price.
Said, okay.
And the committee said, fine, we have sat, come and give us. And they waited for him a whole day. And the gentleman didn't show up. And the country is able to see that, because he thought that maybe the country is not seeing that. No, they were able to see through you. You might cheat some people sometime, but it can't be all the people all the time. And that's now where Ndindi has gotten to. That he has gotten to a place where people have caught up with him and they're asking, no, wait, are you exactly as intelligent as we imagined? And now when he launches his political party, which is way within his rights, and puts up a semblance of some, what he says are solutions for the country, people are also able to ask, how come all your solutions need legislative action? So you need a new constitution before you can even govern this country. Because when you want to become the president of Kenya, you first of all must imagine the country as it is. And you must be able to give us the solutions that you think we need within the framework that we have. But everything that he is telling us we need to do is pegged on, it has a rider of how we need to change the constitution. It has a rider of how we need to change the constitution. And someone is asking, wait a minute, are you as smart as we actually thought? And now that is becoming his biggest problem. Yeah, and it will take him some time to run away from it. And if he asked me if this is pro bono services, because I'm supposed to charge, but he should be able to know that the truth is always the best form of PR. Sometimes you just pause, retreat, and apologize and say, I was wrong, I now see it differently. No one will harm you. But when you want to always make people believe that you have always been right, Yeah, even
no
matter what, you have always been right. I think that way, that one does not work all the time.
Now, because I've seen even his political party is now attracting folks who will run on that ticket for different positions within the mountain.
Yeah.
But does he still have a chance in Kiharu?
A chance in Kiharu, yes, he does. Because politics, again, our politics, we have proven that self-preservation and selfish interest is our biggest intrigue. And for the people of Kiharu, especially since he has fashioned himself as a presidential candidate. And remember, the advantage he comes with here is that now he becomes the only one from the mountain who has a serious, reliable chance of actually running for president. Because the other king that they have cannot run for president, at least as per the law today. So, and Murang'a has not produced a president before.
Okay.
So today, the people of Murang'a, it would be possible that they would start imagining themselves from a selfish perspective and wanting to say, might this be our time? And from that perspective, he can actually retain his Murang'a seat. But unfortunately, today you don't run for president and MP.
Yes.
Yeah, so he has to choose a struggle. But whichever way he goes, I cannot deny the fact that he'll have some chunk of votes from Murang'a, whether he runs for president or he runs for MP. For MP, he'll actually win. I think he will actually win. But for president, he will not win, but he'll have some. He'll deny that opposition some chunk of votes from Murang'a.
That time they had an interview with Babu Owino on JKL. I think people were saying that he should run for Nairobi governor and so on and so forth.
It is the same thing I'm telling you, Mbuvi, that on that interview, there was again a semblance. You see, when you spread half-truths and they have no counter, you look intelligent. It is like going to ChatGPT and coming up with some arguments that are aligned a certain direction. When there is no one to give contextual argument, you look intelligent. So on that day, he was with Babu, and the unfortunate bit that Babu did is that Babu stuck to the Babu that everyone knows, the sloganeering Babu and the Krinkankum and all that. So when that was being compared to a gentleman who is talking a bit of economics, he looked like he really knows his craft. But now that came melting down on the day that he was put on an interview with the director of, is it EPRA? When they were talking the fuel prices.
And also Nani was there, Molo MP.
And the Molo MP, Kuria Kimani, was there. So now, he was not just alone. He was with the people who can counter-check half-truths. Because they can fact-check. Because when you are at a place where you have no one to counter, half-truths always look like intelligence. It's like yesterday, during the interview on JKL, when Karoli Omondi says that people are praising the president and he has only built 2 kilometers. What is this? What is there to shout about 2 kilometers of a road? It is very unnecessary. Because all of us don't come from Homa Bay, that becomes our truth.
Okay.
Now, when you go to the facts, is there a 2 kilometer stretch that has been built at a roundabout in Homa Bay? That is also true. But what makes it a half-truth? Now, there is a gentleman, Nyamita, who quickly is able to respond and say, but me and you were in State House. And you requested for a 28-kilometer road in your constituency. And that road has also been done. Then we are able to get perspective and know that this one chose the shorter one to tell us. But now when we get context, we are able to know that, wait, there is also 28. And this one is also able to tell him that, wait a minute, the hospital that has been built in your constituency at about 50 million has also been done by this administration in that constituency, and they didn't exist a hospital before. Then we are able to get context. But if this gentleman was alone on that bench,
the 2 kilometer would have taken the day.
It is the 2 kilometer that would have taken the day, and would have actually he would have actually won us by looking like he knows his craft and he's actually very, very intelligent.
He knows his stuff.
He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. He would come up with a list of
points.
Exactly. So that is the beauty.
Is this not the hallmark of a lot of political conversations?
Yeah.
Whether they are in government or whether they are in the opposition, they choose a narrative that suits their purposes.
Yes.
And that's they talk around and about that.
Yes. Yes.
And the moment that particular narrative is questioned, they either fly into all manner of epitaphs
or they label the one who questioned.
No, you are labeled, you're even quarantined.
Yes.
They box you and say you are this sort of person.
Yes.
And all
Government apologies.
Exactly. That's now the word.
And all you've done is question.
Exactly.
Ask. You see, This is now the lack of honesty that our politics represents.
Yes.
I watched an interview as well. It was a clip, really. And I think it was in Citizen, where the same Karoli Omondi was being asked certain things about funding and money.
Yeah.
And he says, but he has funded political parties before.
Yeah.
Now, you see, when you make such a statement, I'm thinking to myself, to what tune did you fund the party?
Yeah.
If I buy 10 T-shirts for a political party, I could say I funded them.
Yes, yes.
But when somebody who has bought 10,000 T-shirts says they have funded the party,
yes,
are we saying the same thing?
It sounds the same, but it's not the same.
It is not the same thing,
Yeah.
because maybe the 10 T-shirts are for my relatives.
Yes.
Okay? And for them, it's not a T-shirt, it's an item of clothing.
Yes.
Yes. Now, the half-truths that you speak of are often easier to consume.
Yeah, yeah.
And if it fits into a pre-existing narrative.
Yeah.
For instance, if your narrative is that there's something absolutely wrong with this government and nothing can be right, any narrative that indicates that this government is not doing anything,
yes,
it is immediately accepted.
Yes.
And again, it is not questioned.
Yes.
And if you question it, then again, as you put it, you're labeled.
Exactly. And half-truths appeal to emotions. That's why they are quick to be consumed. They appeal to the emotional side of human beings. So when people decide, remember, by nature, governments by nature are not popular entities across the world. Because as human beings, we are always looking for someone to blame for our problems. Yeah, whether it is the reason why we have not provided food in our houses, whether it is the reason why we have not gone to school, even our personal problems, we are always looking for someone else that we can blame. It is human instinct. That's why when you send your child to the university, and me and you went to Kenyatta University, there was a popular place called Annex. And Annex was a place that people would go to have fun, take alcohol and all that. So we'd have people that would actually go there the entire semester and not go to class. But in the event that there is a strike in the university that makes exam impossible to have, they will support this strike so much. But their motivation would not be on the issues that are being raised about this. Their motivation is that they actually have spent their time at Annex.
And they are not ready for
and
the
they
exam.
are therefore not ready for exam.
Actually, it's interesting you should say that, because ours, JM Day, fell on during the same period we were sitting for exams. Same. But what I also observed about the strikes then, they never went beyond lunchtime.
Because at lunchtime, there's now a personal agenda we need to do.
Have to go and eat.
Exactly, it's personal now.
After they've eaten, I must say, they're not going back.
Someone actually said the same thing about Uganda. Every time they have this citizen unrest,
yes,
by 12 o'clock, that thing is done. People have to go back, cook, and after lunch, who's coming back?
To do what?
Umeshiba, unasikia usingizi, unakam kudu.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what then the administration did? During one of those situations where student power was exercising itself, students were sent home. That calendar was revised. So GMD fell when you were at home. So there was nothing to coalesce people together.
Exactly.
So that story died.
That is usually the need of half-truths. Half-truths thrive like that.
Okay.
Someone knows that, for instance, and mostly people who propagate the half-truths the most are the ones with no tangible thing to sell, especially when it comes to the political arena. Because most politicians win election on the basis of half-truths, propaganda, and the rising of emotions.
Okay.
That is the modus operandi. Because someone asked themselves, okay, fine, between people who fall sick in a country and those who don't, which ones would be the majority? The majority would actually be those who don't fall sick, because we can't say everyone is in a hospital on any day.
We actually will not be able to manage it if everybody, not even everybody.
Yes.
The majority are unwell.
We will not manage it.
We will not be able to manage it.
And so because of that, you come and say SHA is not working. Okay? And then you fashion it in a manner that it becomes very palatable. And so the consumers just accept it and they say, yeah, SHA is not working, because no one is proving. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, they run on this narrative for some time. The problem now with our politics, the direction it's heading, is that now people are starting to counter this. Like you saw what was happening at the health summit. And the gentleman who was rising up at the health summit, and he said, the problem with SHA is that he's not paying hospitals. And the president was asking him, which specific hospital? He says, many hospitals. He says, no, can we narrow down to a hospital
That hasn't been paid.
That hasn't been paid. Then the person says Karen Hospital. Then I think he didn't expect that the president can actually insist on making a call to that hospital.
Call the director.
Call the director. Call the CEO.
And he mentioned him by name.
Yeah. And
Call
the
this person.
and the CEO of Karen Hospital is called. And that narrative is quickly debunked. Why is it quickly debunked? Because it was a half-truth. It is something that someone was just creating for narrative purposes.
Yeah, but Mundalo, what then? There's a counter.
Yeah.
Choreographed.
Yes, of course. And they will never, politicians will never run out of ideas of something to say.
The CEO of SHA also spoke
and
gave figures. And said, this is what we owe.
Yeah.
This is what we've paid. This is what we've asked them to check. But since SHA was since inception, they have claimed 300, God knows, a million shillings. We've paid 200 and something. There was a breakdown.
But choreography is not new to this country.
It is not new. And also, the level of intelligence of the people. That's what I'm saying. Ndindi has gotten to a place where it has now fallen. You can cheat some people sometime. So you can tell people choreography, but now they are seated and waiting and they can be able to see that someone actually stood and asked the question. And the intention of the person, when you look at the sound of the question and the attitude that this person had put on, it was on the basis of he is sure and he wants to actually shame this government and shame the president for this. They can be able to see through it. And they can be able to see that this call has been made there. The president did not get out or someone got out to make the call. It's been made there and then. And then, because sometimes the media can choose to put an egg on your face, as the call is going on, they also put the camera on the face of the person who asked the question.
Yes.
And they can see the disappointment as the call continues. And that is able to debunk when someone has been able to be spreading half-truths and such kind of narratives. That is exactly what happened there. I was telling you with Ndindi even on that interview. Because he had picked some things about the fuel. And there are things you just say, city, and you look very intelligent. Like you just say Street of Hormuz. You see, when that word passes across something that you said, and many people cannot even know it, it sounds like you are actually saying something factual. When you say G to G, there is a way they were saying it. They were saying it's government to goons or something like that.
Oh, they gave it a name here, goon to goon.
A goon to goon.
Or gangster to gangster.
Gangster to gangster. And it looks and they're able to say, look here. On the other side, it's actually government. But on the side of Kenya, when you look at who is actually receiving this fuel, it is not Kenya Pipeline. It is this company and this company and this company, which are private entities. Why is it that it's not government? When there is no one to counter, that sounded very intelligent. Immediately we brought EPRA, and the EPRA director would be able to explain and say, wait a minute, we even have this communication. It is these governments that told us that they cannot be able to send to our pipeline because they have not transacted with them before. And so they told us, the people that we can trust in your country are these and these and these. So these options are not our suggestions. They are the suggestions of the other people on the basis of capacity. Now people are able to feel like, wait a minute. Now that provides contextual argument and we're able to balance it out. And the more we are able to do that, the more, in my view, can get better leadership for the country.
Yes.
But if we don't do that, then the country will continue being peddled on terms of slogans, just sloganeering, and just narratives. I keep asking myself, some of the rallies that we are having, Mbuvi, some of the people who are having the biggest rallies in Kenya, I ask myself, what do they really tell the people? After they market the rally for a whole week, then they have now arrived. They are now in Bungoma. Mammoth rally. What's the message? You hear nothing. I hear them asking.
Again, that's not true. They say things.
Mimi hii ya juzi ya Linda Mwananchi huko Homa Bay.
Ulisikia nini?
Bwana, nilikuwa naona tu mtu anapatiwa habari yako, mimi naitwa mheshimiwa kutoka kitu. Asante sana basi.
No, there's something else they say. Actually, City is right, because
they literally introduce yourself. Advice Mundal, Santi advice.
Yes.
The microphone. The moment you're done saying your name, the mic is taken away. But of course, the big boys in the team will say something.
Then they'll say the same thing they said in the other rally, and then the other rally, and most of the time they are asking questions.
Yeah.
They're asking.
By the way, that is actually not a bad strategy.
Yes.
When you repeat something over and over again, the believability factor increases.
Yes,
time.
yes.
You see? What you can't do in a rally, to be honest, you can't have an economic discussion. But you can provide pointers.
Exactly.
What they do is they provide pointers in debunking what it is the government claims to have done. But again, we are at a crossroads here.
Yeah.
The government doesn't say what it has done loudly enough.
Yeah.
You see, me, I was telling City and I guess some other folks here.
Yeah.
Rallies have their purpose.
Yes.
For sure, when you go there, you sloganeer, say your 1 term, say your 2 term, say whatever it is that you want to say.
Yes.
But now when you come to a place like this one, to a radio station or a TV station, that is the opportunity you have to actually say what your movement is all about.
Exactly.
What you're planning to do for the country if the country trusts you with leadership.
Yes.
Yeah. And like Gladys Bose Sholei, was English woman rep and deputy speaker, told us here the other day, she said that she doesn't do rallies. She goes to the ground. And she campaigns one-on-one. She will meet the women's group, the youth groups, and the whatever groups that she decides to meet.
Yeah.
Because then she's able to have that one-on-one
engagement.
And then they'll tell her, Mheshimiwa hapa hatuna maji, hatuna choo, hatuna magari, hatuna whatever it is. Then whatever she does, she does. So I think different strategies work differently.
I think I wouldn't really excuse that entirely. Because I have seen leaders communicate something in a rally. Of course, you can do a thesis paper in a rally, but you can actually we can be able to know what you're pointing at. When Raila Odinga was moving around, you would know that when he goes to the coast, he would address issues about the coast. And at that time, when I was working for that secretariat, he would really ask what would be the issues that are fundamental about the coastal people, and what can we be able to address.
Was he going to ask those questions at the rally, or he had that information before the rally?
He could be able to. There used to be a research team that works on every area that you are visiting. Then they're able to know these are the issues. Then he is briefed on those issues that are affecting the people of that region. Then he navigates around what can be the solutions that we can be able to offer. Then when he goes to the rally, now he is able to speak to these issues in point form. For instance, we talk about land issues when you're in the coast, the historical injustice about land. You can talk, that's an issue that affects the people, and you can tell them what your solution would be. And that can be able to suffice in a rally. But when you now come to a town hall engagement with them again, you can now make the point even better. But now most of what we are having today is more slogans, and even the pointers that we're talking about, I have seen very few of them, apart from people saying, like most of our opposition leaders today, if you just remove the name William Ruto from their speech, I don't know what else they would say, because that is what they would be saying throughout, and what government has not done. Yeah? Okay, fine. But you see, when you are seeking leadership, it's one thing to point out at the problem. It's another thing to offer an alternative solution. So when you are going to the people, want to hear, okay, you are in the Nyanza belt. This is a fishing area, for instance. What are you telling them about that? You are in Western Kenya. There are some mills, Nzoia and whatever, that, yes, have been resuscitated now, but maybe people expect better. What are you talking about it? What are you talking about sugarcane? But it can't be just questions, and the rally is revolving around nothing really tangible that people can be able to point out. I see even in the news, when you people are covering the news, and I would get the frustration from media houses to get the bite, because you can, as a person in communication, I understand that the media would be struggling to get a bite that actually makes sense and resonates. But most of the time, when there is no bite, they can only be able to have bites about altercations and controversy. And that is the unfortunate reality. Look at President Ruto, for instance, during his rallies. He speaks about the things he has done and the things he wants to do in the rally. He's able to articulate that. So I don't think there is an excuse for anyone not giving the people the agenda that they have. Because the more we excuse them for not providing a tangible agenda, the more we encourage the country to continue being peddled in line of slogans and all those man of things.
But you see, the slogans are easy to consume.
Yeah.
And they're even exciting.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
And they become TikTok memes.
Yes.
They do, because if you're saying one term, it sounds good.
Yes.
One term, I'm one term. Okay?
Yeah, that any one term summarizes everything. That you will not vote for UDA, you will not vote for the president.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you want nothing.
Yes. And if you ask someone, would it be one term? Ruto must go.
Yes.
Say, okay.
Why must he go?
And by the one term...
Stop. You are a government apologist.
At the moment you ask, why should he go? Well, you are now a government apologist.
And by the way, one term also means in this context that you are anti-government.
Yeah, exactly.
So as long as you're one term, hata hii serikali
Remember, Mundalo mentioned that any pain point that people have, unless they're socialized or culturalized differently, they will find someone to blame.
Yeah.
And the government is an easy target.
Always.
And if you have politicians, I am reluctant to refer to these people as leaders. When you have politicians, no, I really am reluctant. When they want to popularize themselves, it is something that politicians do not just in Kenya, the world over. Trump, who people mention from time to time, how did he paint Barack Obama?
Yeah.
A Muslim.
He
just stopped short of calling him a terrorist.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Said very many things. Said, in fact, this guy was not even born in the United States. A complete lie.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
But that was the politics. And other things that he said, some of which one does not really particularly want to discuss. He went even granular on Obama's wife. So I'm thinking,
yes,
politics. So in the name of politics, what you're then doing is you're saying that you have an open-ended license.
Yes.
Okay? You can lie. You can say whatever it is that you like. And you say it often enough. People are first shocked when they first hear it. Over time, it's kawaida. Now, what we don't realize is you've internalized it. And it will form part of your understanding and your belief system. The question I really wanted to ask you, Mundalo,
yes,
was you've been using the word intelligence throughout this conversation. Explain to me how you define intelligence.
My definition of intelligence is the level or the quotient of ability in you to be able to decipher stuff, to be able to decipher things in a particular field. So it can be a field of engineering, it can be a field of social science, it can be whichever the field. So your level, your capacity to decipher those things in that particular aspect or in that particular subject, that is what I would be able to term as your intelligence levels.
Okay,
yeah.
Intelligence also has to do with speed.
Yeah.
The speed with which you are able to do all these things. But there's an important quotient that people don't think of.
Yeah.
Your emotional intelligence.
Yes, which is
your
a whole...
capacity to empathize.
Yes.
Your capacity to understand position. Your capacity to understand
surrounding.
What is correct, what is appropriate.
Yes.
Yes. All that.
To act within surrounding.
Yes, that forms intelligence.
Yeah.
Like you'll find there are politicians of the days gone by, they very rarely insulted each other.
Yes.
Rarely.
Yes.
There are those who insulted, but rarely.
Yeah.
Now
the emotional intelligence is at a spiraling low.
Yes, exactly. Because there seems to be no consideration for even just the simple idea of the truth. It is convenience, is what I think will appeal. So you'll say anything irresponsible. Anything. Someone comes here and tells us, you do know that with this government, they have not made available the debt of the country. And I think, what are you talking about? We had that debate. I said, it's in the public domain.
Yes.
You have a party that is now claiming that they're talking about debt management.
Yeah.
Whereas Jimmy Wanjigi is the one who came up with that thing. And he has been doing this thing for over 4 years.
Yes.
He's been talking about it consistently.
Yes.
And giving data and explaining. And when he's asked, yes, but the data is available.
Yes, it's available.
It's not, I didn't get it from anywhere else.
It's not mine.
No, I went and got it from public documents.
Yes.
Now, therein, in my opinion, lies a falsehood again.
Yeah.
You are not even giving credit to the person who has championed this particular cause.
Yeah.
But I guess partly also because with the time it has dawned on them that this cause actually offers a solution. Because if we don't have these debts to pay, then it means we have money.
Yes.
Yes. Because the bulk of our money is going to pay
It's going to debt.
So if we're not paying the debts,
then we'll have the money.
Or what we're paying is a small amount,
yes,
then we definitely have money.
Yeah, we have development expenditure.
Yes. So the things we need to do, we'll be able to do.
Yes.
Now, if at the level of people who are considered to be leaders, this conversation that essentially is around speaking truth to issues within the country, you find their conversations are devoid of that truth. So this is the diet on which you're feeding the citizenry.
Yeah.
You say things that are incendiary and people die.
Yeah.
You now sit and deny and say you never said those things. This is the 21st century. It's the information age.
Yes.
What you said is known.
It's
Where
there.
you said it is known. Even the people who are around you and saying it are known. Yes.
And you see, part of the problem now with that, and I agree with exactly how you've put it, but there is also a problem with we the people and the citizenry. Because you said it that before, there was a place people, even leaders, would not pass.
No, they would not.
Because there were some guardrails. But now the question is, who presented these guardrails? The first person who presented the guardrails was the people themselves. There was a place you could pass and people would be like, that is unpalatable. Okay? But when we, the consumer, are the quick ones to defend things that are not palatable, we encourage the politicians. We give them license and they proceed. Today, we have people who will be able to make videos from morning to evening on TikTok to defend something that someone said that all of us can be able to see that it was wrong. Because our understanding then is moved towards which side of the political divide are we, more than what the person said. So after we hear it, our first question is who said it? Then when the question of who said it aligns,
answered, yes.
When it aligns with my affiliation or he is a member of my political party, then I have to change how I had it. So I have to force myself to change how I had it and force everyone else to believe that that person was misquoted. And that becomes the problem that we have today, that we don't have guardrails because we are allowing. Do you know that Mbuvi, we have gotten to a point where we have some politicians in this country who say so many dangerous things, but we even don't know that they are dangerous because we are so used that we have accepted them that way.
Yes.
And we even excuse it and call it their brand. We say that is their brand. That is their brand of politics. That is how far low we have come. So we the people are not, we cannot stand somewhere and just blame everyone else except ourselves. Because if we came out and able to say, no, we can't go this direction, and all of us agree that this is not the direction, then we'll have those guardrails. But today, the guardrails are not there. Previously, Mbuvi, even children, there are things children would not say before any adult, not before their parents, before any adult. Because there was a societal understanding that there is how you behave before adults. Today,
they were not acceptable.
They were not acceptable. Today, there is a difference between adult and my parent.
Yeah.
Okay? So, any other person who is not my parent is called a stranger.
Yeah, and I can say anything, do
that
anything.
That is now not a parent, that's a stranger. Yeah? And now we continue eroding those guardrails. When I was going to school, when I was in primary school, that time we still used to have this culture where when you get into, you could get to a matatu, and just because you had school uniform, you would not pay...
transport.
You not pay transport, and they would ensure you get to the right place, and they would just ensure you have to stand in the vehicle, and everyone will mind about you. Everyone would be concerned to know, is this student getting to the right place? Ashukishwe, asipitishwe.
Yeah.
We had that kind of, and you would not get in and sit when an elder is standing. It went without saying. It did not matter whether the elder was your aunt or whatever. But today's child knows that an elder is a person he knows, and a person does not know is called a stranger. And even worse enough, today's parent stands up for the child to sit.
Nasema nini, growing up, I remember tungeingia kwa basi or matatu, and I would sit next to my mother or father, and an elder walks in, I stand up.
Subconsciously.
No prompting.
No prompting.
Yani ulikuwa unaona tu matatu imesimama hivi, anaanza kuingia, unaanza tu kusimama pia wewe. Because you are like, I need to pave way. But yeah, so you're right. These things have been eroded over time.
Yeah, so we are the ones eroding. We are the ones eroding.
Yeah, but children learn from their parents, don't they?
Yes.
You see the
parents are also younger today, City.
No, parents are not younger. Parents of old were younger when they were parents. People got married when they were much, much younger.
Yeah.
Your generation...
No, it's actually, I meant generation. Yeah.
Yes. Your generation, and those who immediately after them, first of all, they don't even want to get married. Yes. This marriage thing, I know you're looking at me, but it is true.
Brown was just minding his own business, taking photos here in the studio.
No, he's ananiangalia, then kweli. Hawataki.
Atasema you're causing him emotional harm.
Yes, I am. And may it heal quickly. Yes.
Like, oh my God, City, how can you talk like that? I'm going to HR.
Ukifika kwa HR naambia HR, tafutia brother bibi. Or making sure that when we employ young people here, if they're not married, tell them one of the fringe benefits we offer
is a wife.
Tunaweza kutafutia bibi. The thing is this,
yes.
The times in which we live in, I had never understood the term global as I do now. Parents assume that they're the greatest influences of their children. They're not.
No, they're not.
That was true in my time.
Yeah.
True in your time.
Yes.
But these fellows in their 20s, no. Their influence comes from outside the sphere of their parents.
Yes.
So it becomes incumbent upon the parents at that very early age, those formative years up to around just before they get into adolescence, the parents need to have established a very strong foundation on their children because they'll need it.
Yeah.
Because what they meet out here are ever-changing trends and fast-moving trends. So a lot of the times, the positions they take have nothing to do with them having thought it through.
Yes.
It is the trend that their contemporaries are following at that particular point in time.
Yeah.
Now, you see, that speaks to this abhorrence that we seem to have with speaking the truth to situations and even just for a second pausing and seeking to understand what it is that is actually important for us.
Yeah.
Because right now, the conversation is if Ruto goes, all our problems will be solved. They won't.
Yes. All of us will get jobs. We'll all be employed.
At independence, my parents tell me, there were people who believed that the moment the Mzungu left, they had even earmarked houses that they would now occupy. They forgot some of those houses. In fact, the vast majority were government houses, and the people who occupied them were government workers. So when the Mzungu left, and an African took over the place, that African who took his place is the one who's going to inherit that house.
Yes.
But independence didn't come with freebies, but people thought that's what independence meant. There are communities where, for instance, the pride they take is in their son who is A, B, C, D.
Yes.
And they will even tell you, do you know who I am?
Yes.
They're not referring to themselves. They're referring to the brother they have. Okay?
Proxy.
Yes.
They are
I am
important
so
by
and
proxy.
so and so brother. So yes, you don't take him or her lightly.
Yes.
It's a good thing to be proud of your kin's achievements.
Yes.
But it's even better if you struggle to emulate that kin to get what it is that he has gotten.
Yes.
It is much better.
Saa zingine hata si kin, unanijua wewe?
Yeah.
Ala, Siti ni neighbor yangu.
It's not even a kid, it's a neighbor.
Mali Siti anaishi, unaona nyumba yake. Sasa mimi niko kwa the next estate.
It is because we're a society where we value societal approval more than anything else. And so we are always craving for something that can make us dominate others, domineer others. Just that approval. So we don't, and then we want it in a quick fix and in a shortcut. We don't want to really work so hard until we become city. When just being city's neighbor can also give me the same feeling.
True.
So instead of working so hard until I become city, and that is going to take me 15 years, why can't I get the same at just by use of being city's neighbor?
Yes.
But Mundalo, you know,
we want the easy way.
Tell people I know city.
Tell them I know city.
You just get respect automatically.
Yeah, just tell them that.
If I was to focus this discussion on the reality of our situation in the country,
yes,
since we've entered this realm of apportioning blame, this particular government bears the brunt of the blame for not telling the citizenry what it is doing. Many people criticize because they actually don't know.
Yeah.
It's not that they've been lied to anything, they don't know. Very many people haven't registered for something like SHA.
Yes.
Apart from knowing it exists,
Yeah.
even the three pillars, now there's a fourth one that it has, most people have no idea.
Yeah.
So when someone says SHA isn't working and you ask which part is not working,
They don't even know it has.
they have no
parts.
idea what you're talking about whatsoever. Okay? When something is of great importance, there is need for that particular thing to be explained to the citizenry. No, people like you and others who do what you do, engaged fully, so that whether it's vernacular radio, nobody can claim they have not been told.
Yes.
It has to be a serious campaign, not a rally. A targeted campaign that focuses on explaining this thing.
Yeah.
Because If that isn't the case, then people who wish to be naysayers with regards to that matter will hold sway.
Thrive.
Because they are persistent in their naysaying. They are absolutely persistent. But then again, there is the problem of the optics that the government portrays. There are individuals within government who I often wish would just shut up. Because every time they open their mouths, if it was a period when we were going for elections, they lose you votes. You wonder, why does this person have to say the things they're saying? But that aside, why do people who are in positions of political authority, why must they flaunt what they have? Given the poverty levels that we have in this country, we will question. In this short time that you've been in this position, tell us the magic. We don't have an economy where inventors can actually sell that idea to a big company and they can become millionaires or multimillionaires overnight.
Yes.
We don't have it. So this thing that you do that generates an income that can justify your Eurocopter, that can justify the whatever it is,
yes,
we know that is absent. Okay? Now, when you couple that with all the gaping holes that the Auditor General keeps pointing out at the county level and at the national government level, and then the government itself comes and tells us that we are losing 3 billion shillings daily. You know, that thing is mind-boggling and mind-blowing. Yes. Because you have to ask the question, then why aren't we doing something about it? Because if you do the maths, that is a lot of money that can bring about a lot of changes.
Yes.
So when you look at these things, those who are determined to point fingers at the government have grounds. And they even have solid grounds. Because in the absence of there being available readily information that can explain or can counter or can talk about how it is they want to remedy these situations, which are clearly bad and clearly wrong, then the government has itself to blame for the bad rap that they have.
You know, the people who don't listen to government like the way you and I do because we have to, because when they come to studio, I mean, it's a question answer session.
Yes.
Kuna mtu anafungulianga TV akiona CS fulani,
off,
PS fulani
off,
exactly,
county commissioner
off,
anatoa. Because like I govern mbaya wamewa watu wamefanya da. Yet for me I would look at that as an opportunity to actually engage and ask questions. Send that question to that TV station instead of saying that CT is pro government or Mbuvi is pro what is it other thing in it, opposition. You know what, I might be, but ask that question that you think is very important to you to that particular person. Ikipata nafasi ya kuuliza itaulizwa. But that is the problem with us Kenyans. We are very emotional when it comes to these things called politics. Very emotional.
Yes, and we make one great mistake of imagining that the country must always be split into two, into for and against. And I've always kept arguing that governments do not belong to certain people. And governments, whether you are for them or against them, they still will serve you. Governments belong to all of us. And the conversation about you support and you don't support is supposed to come in at election time. At election time, you decide what they did, the ones who are in the leadership at that time. Do you want to get them back to government or not? It is not government you are changing. And this is one of the things that we need to have people have a good understanding at, so that we stop this imagination that you are for or against government. When government is, when people are in leadership, the government must serve all of us. And our biggest prayer and our biggest push should be to ensure that this government succeeds. Because government success means country success, and it means our success. Unfortunately, we have pushed a narrative until people really think that you can be against government, so when government fails, you can win. It's not possible for government to fail and you as a person wins. The only person who is making you believe that is a politician who, when your emotions are high, they become the ones who now benefit from that. So that you don't need to vote logically. You just need to inspire your hate to go high, and then they become the result and beneficiaries of that. I've often said that we must understand that we don't have a romantic relationship with government. It's not love and hate. It is just that when we put people in office, they must just serve us. When Radio Generation puts Mbuvi on the microphone, it is not about love or hate. He's just supposed to do the job that he's supposed to do. And when we understand it that way, we do a better job at even holding people accountable. But because we are in a situation where we want to insist on romantic relationships with with government officials, and then we think that is government. That is why when a certain CS comes on your screen, you switch off your television. Yet he was coming to communicate an internship opportunity that your daughter needs. Yet he was coming to communicate something that is really critical to you. Yet he was coming to communicate how there is a waiver that would help someone who is sick in your family or yourself, because that is what they are just supposed to do. But because you think they should be, because you like or not like them, and that's how you are relating with them, that becomes the problem.
Or they come from the community you hate.
Or they come from the community you hate.
Yes.
People must understand that government officials are not there to be loved or hated. They are there to provide service, and we must be able to benefit from that service. That's why you look at it. It's really not coincidence to find that when every time government advertises something, people from certain regions of the country don't even apply. Forget, first of all, the aspect of being marginalized. No. There are those who actually just don't apply. Before they are even marginalized, they don't even attempt.
They marginalize themselves.
They marginalize themselves because they have said these things belong to government, and us we do.
It belongs to that community.
Yeah, so it belongs to the other community. Now, that becomes the problem. And of course, I also agree with what City is saying in terms of government, despite that being the reality, it must also be able to do a lot of work to ensure that you communicate. No matter how hard it becomes, you must be able to ensure that the information is actually outside there. I had a very big problem myself as a person in how the previous spokesperson handled the office, because I found him reactionary. Because as a government spokesperson, you must lead the narrative. You must be able, you can't just wait for the opposition to speak, then you react to it. No. It is about you being able to ensure that information is packaged right and delivered to the people. And the media cannot be your enemy. It has to be your friend. Because it's the medium through which you must be able to communicate. I'm actually betting my breath and hoping that the current one does a much better job. But that is the reality that people must come from. Because if you don't listen to government, you lose. Actually, the biggest loser becomes you. Because there are so many opportunities that then
that pass you by.
I have been to the village 2 weeks ago, and in my normal engagements with people there, one of the gentlemen comes to me and he needs about 15,000 shillings to start something. And then they have come together. They are a group of 3 people. They think this is a good idea, and so they just need some money to be able to start it off. And I ask them, did you apply for Nyota? And they tell me no. And I ask them why. And they say, hiyo vitu ya serikali si ukweli. So I ask them, wewe ulijua aje si ukweli? How did you get to that point? It's like, we had. So why did they hear this? They consumed the narrative of their favorite politician. Because to them, their favorite politician is the one who tells them the truth.
Yes.
I always challenged Kenyans and told them, check well. Most of your favorite politicians have never offered you any solution. What they do is that they appeal to your emotions. And they never tell you everything about themselves. Yeah? Some of them are actually benefiting from the exact government projects that they are criticizing. But them, because they are based on an election, they will tell you things that they want you to hear. They will tell you stuff that will peddle you on their political narrative.
Did they also know that Nyota would afford them 3 times what they were asking you for?
If they did, it was, first of all, I was very disappointed by them for that, just not even knowing. They didn't even know, leave alone the 3 times. They didn't even know how much it was offering in the first place, what age it was offering, which people it was offering. This is because they believe that they are in the opposition. So I'm like, so after you belong to opposition, then when you have a problem, why are you not looking for the headquarters of the opposition to offer the solutions? Yeah? Because when you have a problem, when your people are sick, I have not seen people trooping to opposition headquarters to tell them that now that SHA is not working and our people are sick.
And you've told us clearly it is not working.
And you have told us clearly it's
But
not working.
actually,
why isn't opposition headquarters
even for opposition politicians, sometimes it's very difficult to host those people here, because for the audience rather to accept to listen to opposition, because I hosted here, what's his name, Babu Owino.
Yes.
And people were expecting, I asked him, why did you shoot DJ Evolve? But that guy has answered that question in every other TV and radio station. That guy has been to court over that issue. Sasa mtu anasema, Mbuvi, you're asking soft questions. And I'm like, bro, that guy has talked about that issue you can literally find it on every TV station.
platform.
Yeah, so I'm trying to steer away from the normal.
Yeah.
Let's talk about something
Substance.
different.
Substance.
Juice Jolita mbona alishoot DJ Evolve. Sasa imekuwa ati nina.
We are a clickbait economy.
Paul, remember,
people want trending things, not substance.
These politicians shouldn't complain when people do that, because they're the ones who made our politics a blood sport.
Yes.
So people want excitement.
Yes. People want entertainment. People
why aren't you asking him embarrassing questions?
Mbona umuulizi zile mbaya mbaya?
Yes, why?
And I'm like, mbaya mbaya gani hizo?
And trust me, even after you ask, they will again say, why did you ask?
Yes.
You don't like this guy.
You don't like
You have something against him. You are pro-cover.
Because before we listen to anybody, unfortunately for us, and it's a big problem with our generation, the generation ahead of us is much better.
Yes.
In our generation, we listen to you. First of all, we have decided our position. Then we listen to you just to see whether it aligns with what we had decided. And if it does not align with what we had decided, then we brand you and leave you alone. So if you tell us that you can actually apply for Nyota Fund and you can get 50,000 and you can start that business, because it does not align with what my original political belief is, so I don't ask how do you apply, and I don't also question the veracity of the truth in it. I just say you are a government apologist.
Nyinyi mnapata jumuko kwa gava. Sisi hatupati.
And I still remain with that position and continue suffering.
Advice, unfortunately, that's all the time we had. Thank you so much.
Asante.
We appreciate your time.
Anytime.
Tunakaribisha tena.
Asante sana.
All right. Guys, tomorrow is Friday, so see you here bright and early. For now, tunasema hasta la vista.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.